Welcome, one and all. Thank you all for being so patient and understanding as we get ourselves set up. All right, so moving back into our scene. The forest creaks and groans as the blood-red moon shines a pale cast over the entire forest before you, offering a minicum of light, everything in that res sepia tone. But Grayson, as your friends, as your coterie guard around you, you're the first to see movement in the dark, flashes of black fur between bushes. Quickly, Acer, Onyx, and Grayson, you all begin to run back to each other as you can hear the sounds of snarling, footfalls hitting the dry earth beneath. As Crescent, even though you're not attuned to pure darkness, despite being in the Sombra, you can see quick blurs of motion as you're trying to quickly nestle into your perch, ready to support your coterie. As Grayson, you see eyes begin to peek out from the void around you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 sets of luminous eyes, all about waist level as you hear echoes begin to reverberate in every direction surrounding. But these are much bigger than average dogs. This is no normal house pet. Teeth wide and sharp, glistening in the light. Fur matted and frilled, all hackled on edge. These looks like superior creatures. Grayson, you would recognize this sort of thing. These dogs have been gold.
Really, Duncan? This desperate.
In a flash of a moment, there's a unified snarl as they all charge in. At the top of the round, since Grayson's only leads point, how do you react? As immediately the group begins to swarm in on all of you.
Alright, so they've closed in on us, basically?
They've now encircled around your coterie and have begun to charge, moving in fast.
Whatever one is in front of me, I am going to rapid reflex up to it, and I am going to try and punch this dog's neck in.
Go for it.
Okay.
Just to be clear, it's not a called shot, or are you just trying to hit?
I am just trying to hit.
All right.
As hard as I can.
You know the drill. Athletics plus brawl.
Athletics and brawl. Okay, not terrible.
Don't forget, you can always attack multiple targets. It does split your dice pool, though.
I'm unfamiliar with gold dogs, so... actually, Storyteller, may I rouse the blood?
You may.
An extra die?
Go ahead and roll your hunger check.
I do not get hungrier.
Glorious. Fueled by adrenaline from the initiation of a fight, you charge forward, your eyes pointed straight as you go straight for the fit muzzle of this first canine coming straight towards you.
Okay, I'm checking my rolls. Okay. 3 successes.
3 successes. Unfortunately, not enough. As you come swinging in wide, the manage to just duck his head low just in time as you reach up and grab its massive muzzle onto your arm. You feel it clamp down tight. It does beat you with an margin of 1, so you do take 1 point of superficial damage as you feel it come in tight, snagging at your arm as you tear itself away. A minor wound at best, but they're a lot faster than you expect.
Okay. That's not great. I'm going to turn the dog around so that hopefully, they turn with me and, maybe lose distraction or, lose attention on them and focus on me.
All right, fair enough. You kind of, using the muzzle slot, you rip and turn around. When the darkest dog at the center of the group, it kind of tumbles and kind of gets back up real quick as it tears away a small chunk of flesh off your arm. It stings and burns as it is now the center of this group. The others still closing in. That's all you got?
That is all I have.
All right. Go ahead. 2 of the dogs react. Just keep things even. As 2 of them immediately come, the ones that were left behind in that group, immediately come after you, Grayson. As they come with a massive snarling teeth, they lunge at your backside. First one. You can choose to counterattack or to dodge. It's up to you.
I'm not good at dodging, so definitely counterattack.
All right, it's going to be athletics plus brawl.
Okay, another 4. Another 4. Don't have athletics, but gosh darn it, can I brawl? Four successes.
4 successes. Not enough. As the next one, you kind of step sideways to try and go wide. You're barely just able to miss. You hit the side flank, but it doesn't dislodge it as it clamps down straight on one side of your shoulder, tearing into you. You're struggling with this beast as you take another 2 points of damage, reduced to half, so another 1 point of superficial. It's again, beats you by a margin of 1. As the second comes in,
Well,
you can still counterattack again if you wish, but you're at a 1 dice penalty for the onslaught.
I'm not about to let them just get this without a trial, so yeah.
All right. Go for another counter on the what's coming in.
Okay. Your roll's shitty. Oh, finally! 5 with a crit.
5 with a crit. You beat it by a margin of 1. As you have 1 on your shoulder, you're kind of wrestling with it. You manage to sidestep as you rip the jaw off the side and just swing with an uppercut, slam you straight in his muzzle. You hear a sickening crunch as teeth slap into jaw. That one took a little bit of damage. Perfect. All right. We're just going to go around the clock. So, Acer, you're up.
I don't know if I can do this, but I'm going to try. The one that's currently latched onto his arm, I would like to try and bite it.
You're going to try and bite it?
Ooh. I got to get rid of some of this hunger.
Okay, this is going to be athletics plus brawl -1 as a called shot, as you are not grappling.
Don't you have baby teeth?
Problem. You do have baby teeth. You cannot bite.
I was about to say, you have baby teeth. What are you going to do?
Yeah, just cut it.
Biting into someone is still going to hurt.
I'll say this. You do have your butterfly knife for this reason. So you can still attempt to injure it to open a wound, but you can't feed in the same round.
Okay, you know what? In that case, no, I'm just going to use my katana and I'm going to try and cut the one currently attached to his arm.
All right, you have superior firepower in this sense because you have a very long Wadachi as you unhook the sheath and go for a massive swing, strength plus melee with +1 because you are, have a bigger weapon. It's a very long blade.
Melee? 3 successes.
3 successes. You gave it a margin of 1. We agree that it's basically the same as a claymore. +2?
Yeah, it was like a claymore.
Let's see here. So, that's a double check weapons. I had this all memorized, then of course we get all thrown off. Yeah, +3 actually. So as you
4 damage.
As you come in with this massive swing, it comes careening in as Grayson, you're able to tear this dog off you just in time as it kind of is in midair. All of a sudden, Ace is ready to sudden upward horizontal slash as it just eviscerates from the navel up the neck. It just screams and hits the ground, unmoving.
Here we go.
All right. Now I know how much it takes to kill them.
Funny thing about mortal creatures, even cool, they are at the limits of what their body can handle.
Fair. I just didn't know if animals were any different. Now Acer knows.
All right. That's all you got?
Yeah, because I'm not going to use any of my powers. So I will actually use my movement to go back to back with Grayson. So if they try to get him from the back, I can help him out.
Fair enough. As our Tremere and Thin-Blood run back to back, 2 brothers in arms, as we go another 2 dogs, as they're coming straight for you, Onyx, as you look over just for a moment to see this whole incident happening, before we immediately see 2 of them look at you, each of them sideswipe and come charging at you from 2 different angles, trying to overwhelm you.
Are we near any of those trees or anything above us?
There is a healthy amount of canopy above you, yes.
Can I try and jump up to grab something?
So you're going to try and dodge and grab?
Yeah, I'm going to try and go up.
Okay, for this, I'll make this a... Let's make this a dexterity plus athletics.
Yeah. I can, try and pull myself up and, back up, flip up onto the thing is what I'm trying to do.
Alright, so this will be at a 1 dice penalty as they're going to be trying attacking you at the same time.
Yep. Okay. 4.
Unfortunately, your first roundabout, no dice. As you try to jump backward and leap up, immediately you feel a heavy set of jaws clamp down onto your shin and drag you back down towards the ground. You stumble and fall. In this case, no damage, because that first one is considered grappling you, as he's just tearing down onto your leg and dragging you about on the ground, as the second one comes in for another attack. You can't try and counterattack.
Gun?
You can try and shoot if you want. It'll be a small penalty because it's close range. Unless you have your Beretta on you.
I do have my Beretta on.
You can use your Beretta for CQC if you want to.
Let's go with Beretta.
All right, this is going to be for this. This is going to be a composure plus firearms, as you're trying to just maintain your chill as you try to aim properly at this incoming towards you.
Snake, try to remember the basics of CQC.
I don't even know what that means.
Close quarters combat.
Yeah.
Ooh, 5.
5. You do beat it. As this one, you're on the ground, kind of being dragged through the dirt a little bit. You grunt as you pull your Beretta up to the side. You can see clearly as one side swipe, see an opportunity comes straight for your face. You pull out, 3 shots go off straight into the muzzle of this creature, dropping it on the ground instantly.
There's still another one, right?
One's currently holding on to you. You're considered grappled.
Okay.
So you can't move.
Got it. So I can't do anything else?
That is just you counterattacking from their turn, but it is now your turn. As one, actually, not quite. It's Crescent's turn, because we're going round robin. So Crescent. So you're coming up next, Onyx. Sorry, you're new to our combat system, so it's throwing me off a little. But yes, Crescent.
It's okay.
As you're up in the trees, the large reddish hue of that light of the full moon coming down on top, you can see the chaos before you within a split second. The tensions have been broken as these dogs have descended upon your group. Grayson and Acer are holding back-to-back hold of their own, but Onyx is on the ground in trouble as she has just taken off one of her attackers, the other one dragging her through the dirt as she grunts in pain.
I can shoot more than one. I just have to split my dice pool.
You can attack. Right. You can attack more than one target, but it's going to divide your pool as equal as possible.
I will divide against those two.
The two. There's only one attacking Onyx right now.
Okay. The one attacking Onyx, and then how many did you say were going after Acer and Grayson?
Currently, they have 2 circling them.
Okay, I will go after one of them.
Okay, so it's going to be for this. This is going to be from your spot. This will be a dexterity plus firearms. There's some tight shots here as these bodies are kind of chaotically intermingled with each other. I will say you're at a -1 because you can't see very well in the dark.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good. That's still 3 successes.
3 successes in the first one?
Yep.
Medium firearm plus 3. You do hit. As Onyx, all of a sudden, that tension to your leg as you're trying to just reach up with the butt of your rifle and smack this canine in the face. All of a sudden, you hear as 3 shots come straight down on top of the dog on you. All of a sudden, it just drops to the ground as 3 bullets just go straight through the side.
Okay. I'm getting the other one.
Go for it.
That is also 3 successes, but that was 4 dice.
Penalty because it can't have points. Unfortunately, the first muzzle flash alerts the rest of them as you turn to fire. They immediately scrabble backwards as bullets hit the ground, sending a bits of debris and mulch off, spiraling onto Acer and Grace, just barely missing them as well.
Okay. It looks like that's all I got, because I don't have any sort of discipline. I don't have bending, no rousing. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, fair enough. Let me check something. So this is what happens. Crescent, you lean back in your perch. As you just fire off these shots, you kind of clear some of the smoke away as you bring your gun back up to aim. In this moment, as you readjust yourself, you hear the wood above you creak, and you look up just in time to see a flash of movement coming down, and you feel a sharp point drive straight into your chest. You feel that pain, and immediately you look up, you meet the face-to-face. With golden eyes staring at you as you feel a wooden stake go straight through your heart. You feel your body already beginning to lock up. As you immediately your body feels yourself slump into Duncan's shoulder. You have been staked.
Okay.
You are unfortunately ambushed.
Yep, I got it. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You immediately feel that stern crack as you go wide-eyed, the fear immediately hitting you, but you can do nothing as your arms just go slack, unable to hold your grip on the gun. Grayson, just in time, as you hear the ground clatter to the ground next to you some feet away, you turn around in the night vision goggles just to see a hulking form with Crescent over his shoulder look towards you, and he goes taking off into the darkness.
So he went taking off with Crescent?
Mm-hmm.
With her?
Yes.
Do I see this?
You cannot. Grayson does.
Do I as well? She just...
In your heightened senses, the gun dropping would have alerted you as you kind of scrabble up and you do look over and manage to see a blur of motion with Crescent over the shoulder of a man charging deeper into the woods as we go to the top of Grayson, as it is his turn in this conflict.
Am I still grappled?
Wait,
You were not.
didn't we skip you?
No, you're right,
Oh.
it is. See, you're throwing me off. It is you. You're right. I'm so sorry. I am all over the place. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We love you. Go for it. It is your go. But yes, you manage to, the dog falls to the ground. You turn over as you would be the first one to react actually instead. As you look over to see Duncan, Crescent thrown over his shoulder as he spins around and smiles, taking off deeper into the darkness. You scrabble up to your feet, kicking the carcass off your body.
I don't have enough time to get a shot in, do I?
You can try. You might hit Crescent, but you can try. Your rifle has a pretty long range if you want to try and use your Marlin.
Yeah, let's go for that.
All right, for this is going to be a resolve plus firearms, as you need to keep calm and steady.
Well, that's good for me. I'll take that. Can I do the rouse thingy too?
To rouse your blood, you can.
Cool, let's do that.
So go ahead and give me a rouse check.
Okay. Not hungry.
Good. You manage to keep that beast at bay as your eyes hone in, like almost like an eagle watching its prey. You bring up your gun to your eye and you close one eye to aim. You can still see clearly in the dark as you attempt to take your shot. Go ahead and make your roll. You can add your bonus die for your potency, which I believe is +2.
Sweet. I'll take it.
Kneecap him.
Yep.
Yeah. Ooh.
7.
Let me see what he's got. 700 projects. You beat him with a margin of 3. As Duncan begins charging off, you fire off a round. You watch it hit center mass on the shoulder. From the backside, it sends him spinning. It does some damage. See here, so you got 3 because it's a heavy. So 7 medium damage. 3 is reduced to 3 superficial, reduced by his armor to 1. As he does take a blink of damage, as you can see through the scope as he comes by, there's some heavier military-grade Kevlar on his back, absorbing a lot of that damage, but let's just see how much he took. You lower your sight just to see a big chunk of that Kevlar blast off from the initial impact. That armor took some decent hit. It absorbed most of the blow. They took a small hit as he's still taking off, not dropping Crescent. Good hit, though.
I'll go over and I'm going to turn my attention towards the other 2 boys.
Okay.
Can I do anything else?
You can.
Sorry, I'm still unfamiliar.
So basically, that was just your main attack. This combat situation has a lot of roleplay elements involved with it. You're allowed to intermingle with your group as it's all happening at once.
Okay, but can I take another shot?
You cannot take another shot now.
Okay, sweet. Then I will just head over towards them. There's 2 dogs on them still, right?
There's 3 dogs still total in action.
I'll just try and regroup with them.
All right, fair enough. As we now go back to the top, as Grayson, you looked in time just to see now as Onyx takes your shot and squares up with you. You can see Duncan lean over a bit from a hard impact on the shoulder, but it doesn't send him sprawling. He still carries Crescent, and he is starting to disappear into the distance as he is full hogging it.
Is there still a dog attached to me?
No. Acer took that one off, but you guys are flanked by 3 of them.
Can I say something to him?
Sure.
Just be like, I got him in the shoulder, but this will go better if we don't just charge recklessly.
Fine. We have to get rid of these things very quickly. Damn it. Okay, at this point, how close are the other dogs?
They're within striking distance. They've all kind of re-squared up and now are circling around you as a 3-man pack, looking to each other, ready to move at any second. But you guys are all back-to-back, essentially, at this point.
So they are in striking distance?
They're all in striking distance, yes.
Perfect. Now I'm going to crush a skull.
All right, you're gonna just go for one, or are you gonna split your pool?
I should have brought my brass knuckles. Yes, I will. Yes, I will split the pool this time.
Okay, how many are you trying to attack?
Just 2.
Just 2 of them? Okay.
Just 2.
It'll be strength plus brawl. Basically what you'll do is that you'll divide your pool as evenly as possible. You'll roll for one target, then you roll for the next.
Come on, baby. Oh my gosh. That is 6 with a critical for the first hit.
6 with a critical. It does try to dodge, but as it kind of sidestepped, it stumbled for a minute. It's time for you to step in and right to the side of the face. You hear bone crack instantly that yelps in pain. 6 total?
That was, 6 total for the first.
You beat that with a margin of 5.
Ooh.
This dog is alive. But from that hit, I'll say he's knocked unconscious as you hear some kind of bone crack.
Worth it. Okay, I'll go for the other one.
Go for your second one.
Man, where was that roll last round? I was getting eaten to fucking, just dying.
Grayson rising to the surface when it counts.
I'm trying. That's not the best, but I only got 3 on that one.
Unfortunately, Ed's going to completely dodge this time, seeing the same thing. You feel that hard hit for the second one. You go and sidestep and go for another blow, but it just dodges out of the way. Finding no purchase in the second one, but you did knock out the first one.
That's a good start.
Seeing the last 2. Unless you have something else. Sorry.
Okay, I didn't use the discipline, so can I use Scorpion's Bite now to envenomate my blood?
You can. Give me a rouse check.
Envenomate. I'm making up words, damn it.
It's close to venom.
I do get hungrier.
You're Grayson. You can make up words to make it sound legit.
Your beast within this roar of battle pierces through your mind. What are you doing, Mr. Holland? You just let your meal ticket get away. Don't tell me you're losing control already.
Oh no, it's the beginning. I needed a snack anyway.
Alright, but you do get a little hungrier, but you feel that caustic fluid begin to fill your blood, fill your arteries, ready to be used at a moment's notice for the next scene.
And I will make sure I will use whatever, even my little bit of movement, to just get back into the protective circle with my friends.
Fair enough. Moving to the dogs. You all hear very distant a pierces through the night for a moment. The dogs immediately perk up, look to each other, give you a bit of a snarl, and begin backpedaling into the darkness as they bail.
Are they going in the opposite direction we saw Duncan go?
Nope.
I look to all of them as I see them. Go, follow them.
Acer's going to yell out quickly then, and he's just going to be like, I need to borrow your goggles, and then take them.
I tilt my head over to him, make it a little bit easier as I keep my eyes on the dogs.
Without even strapping them, just putting them on.
Mm-hmm.
If I can just catch a glimpse of Crescent, that's all I need.
Give me a wits plus awareness. This is going to be a bit of a high difficulty, as Duncan's pretty fast.
Shit.
You could try and rouse. You could try and take from the store. You do have that one.
Well, I kind of fucked anyways, so I will rouse.
Go for it.
Success.
Good.
So that's going to be a total of 4, 5, 6 successes. But the 2 blood die
Messy critical.
are the critical ones.
A messy critical.
So kind of got fucked there anyways, but yeah, 6 successes.
Okay. In this moment, your eyes do catch on just the briefest flicker of movement as you can see a very large shadow moving supernaturally fast through the undergrowth as you just see it carve off to the side bank behind a large outcropping of inclined terrain, essentially disappearing behind a nearby hill from a game trail. But the moment that you hone in, your mental state, you are fed up with this. You have been given a position of authority that you did not want. You have been overlooked more times than you could count. You are sick and tired of just being the beaten and downtrodden thin blood. That beast in you demands to be in charge. You are a mastermind of subterfuge. You are an intelligent mastermind. You can think out 10 steps ahead, and you're tired of being outmaneuvered. You're under the compulsion of dominance. You have a -2 dice pools to all your rolls until you are able to successfully allow your group to listen to an order and you succeed at something. You need to be dominant. You need to be in charge. You need to be on top. You must win and be able to brag about it for this compulsion to end. So you don't lose control of your character, but this beast, essentially as a compulsion, has overridden your personality. Anything you do must be with this in mind. And until this requirement is met, you're at a -2 dice to all your rolls.
Great. This is starting out fantastically. As Acer brings down the goggles, now having some sort of heading, Onyx and Titan is just going to notice that his right eye is now glowing red, and so are the veins on the side of his face, and he just kind of gives the goggles back. And where did you say the flicker of movement went off to?
They went off straight down the game trail ahead of you, and there's a hard right turn over a hillside, losing sight. So you know a general direction of where they were last taking off. You could hear very faintly with that higher roll the footsteps of those hounds going into the underbrush, chasing after their master.
Acer's just going to be like, down the path behind a hill. We have to get her back. As he's going to grab one of the hounds that he cut, and he's just going to start drinking as much as he can.
Okay, you slice that neck open, just dig your face in. You have Iron Gullet, if I remember correct.
Correct, yes.
You do not take any problematic issues from slighting blood from a dog. You drink in deep from the dog in front of you. It's going to take him a full round or a full turn if you guys are doing something in the meantime, as Acer just sliced open the artery of his dog, just begins digging his face in.
I will definitely put the goggles back on then.
And Acer's just going to be like, go, we can't lose them. I'll catch up. And he's just going to keep drinking.
With that, I'll turn to Onyx, like, follow the trail, follow the dogs.
Can I try and see anything?
What are you specifically looking for?
I just don't want to run into another explosive on our way, running recklessly through the trip.
So you're not going to be moving as fast as Grayson, but you want to keep an eye out as you flank behind him.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's fine.
In this moment, both Grayson and Onyx, you gear yourself up, you nod to Acer as you go barreling down the path that he had pointed out. Onyx, go ahead and give me a Wits plus awareness. Lucky you have heightened senses, so you can go ahead and add your Auspex rating to this as a bonus.
Sweet.
And Grayson, as you pursue, so you leading this charge, I need you to go ahead and roll me just 5 hunger die.
5 hunger die?
Yes.
Okay, I can do that.
Let me know how many failures you get.
That was only 1 failure.
Okay. What's your roll, Onyx?
4.
4 successes. As you are both barreling down the path as fast as you can, Onyx, you keep your eyes sharply out as you watch as Grayson is running down the path, and almost in slow motion, your eyes barrel down into a small, tiny patch of soil that does not match its surroundings, only slightly off. You have a moment to react. Grayson's about to step on something.
Stop, trap. All I'm saying.
Grayson, go ahead and give me a dexterity plus athletics.
Okay, I think that's like a 1 die.
You do have rapid reflexes to help you in this regard.
Definitely.
Okay, so I'll say with as you use rapid reflexes, it'll give you an extra die.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be spectacular. Yeah, only 1 success.
1 success? Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, your reaction time is not fast enough as you feel yourself skid and slide as your heel goes sliding down into a small pocket about the size of your foot. But you feel your heel impact on something, as immediately a shot blasts off from your foot, and you feel shrapnel and pellets blast you off to the side like a shotgun blast just without point blank. You are wearing body armor, so it does reduce this. So,
hi, everybody. Nice playing.
So 5 reduced by 4. You take 1 point of superficial damage as the body armor takes off the brunt up to your side. And go ahead and just roll me 4 hunger die to see how much your armor degrades.
I got 3 successes.
All right. Your armor's at a 1 penalty.
Okay.
So it'll absorb up to 3 damage before you take the rest.
Can I grab him by the collar, pick him up?
You just hoist him back up to his feet.
Listen, we can't just go barreling at this. You want to help her? You're going to need to slow down and watch where you're going, or you're going to be dead before you get to her.
Fuck! Fine. You a little bit ahead this time. Fucking bastard.
We go at my pace.
We go at your pace. Agreed.
So I'm going to be watching a lot slower. Keeping an eye out. Still, same thing.
Okay. Come back to you in just a moment. As Acer, at the end of that turn, you slate 1 hunger as you drain this jaw in front of you dry. There are more leading bodies as one that is also still technically alive and unconscious if you want to spend more time to feed, but these things are not going to give you much nourishment very quickly. But you do slate 1 hunger.
I think that'll be it for now, and what Acer's gonna do, he's gonna sheath the sword first, go up to the one that's still, alive but knocked out, grab it by the scruff, and he's gonna drag it with him, and instead of going the path that they're going down, Acer's gonna veer off slightly.
Okay.
Almost in, a direct route, because I saw him, go behind a hill, right?
Yes.
Acer is gonna do almost like a direct route, and try and go up the hill and try a little ambush.
Okay, so you're just trying to reposition yourselves up the hill.
Yeah,
okay.
And he's dragging along the one that was unconscious as well. He's bringing that body with him.
Okay. For this, go give me a strength athletics. This is a very large dog, at least 90 pounds. It's gonna drag you down a little bit.
Okay. I believe I don't have any athletics and only 2 strength. Okay.
Don't forget you are at -2 penalty.
Then I only roll 1 die, which means fuck the dog. I'm just gonna slice its neck and keep going.
All right. You just before you know it, the body's just left behind you as fresh blood spills out onto the leaves, and you begin taking off. I'll say for this, you begin maneuvering your way around. I'm going to give you a wits plus survival to try and see if you can pinpoint your direction to where you think Duncan might be.
Wits -2. Survival 1.
1 success. Luckily from your previous roll, I'll let you win at a cost. Cost is, you're not 100% certain the layout of this land. You have a general idea of where Duncan is going, but you know this land is very dangerous. You're going to trigger a trap.
Okay, sure.
Okay, roll me 5 hunger die, please.
1, 2, 3 successes.
3 successes. As you are taking your time, trying to monitor your surroundings, you have your eyes on the horizon, looking towards the direction. You can see every now and then a flicker of movement. You can hear those paw steps still nearby as you begin pushing yourself through the brush, taking a roundabout path to try and get a different angle on where you think Duncan might be going. And as you take a step forward, some of your weight lurches forward as you feel something just give way underneath you to try and save yourself last second. And you should go ahead and give me a dexterity plus athletics.
Okay. -2. 1 success.
1 success. Luckily, you do reduce the damage as you are able to slide back, grab some of the foliage beneath it. It slows your descent as you fall off kilter sideways, and immediately you feel your torso punctured, and you gasp in pain as you have fallen into a tiger pit. Large wood stakes are jutting out of the ground as you are pierced from multiple angles, and it is agonizing. You do take 3 points of superficial damage. Luckily, you're enough to reduce it so you didn't get staked, as you're able to just shakily reach up, grab onto a lip of some land, and heave yourself back out as you feel that suction behind you and crawl yourself back onto the ground.
In pain and still very determined, he's marching forward.
You cover those open wounds as you're shaking.
He's not slowing down, so
fair
if I
enough.
trigger another trap, yeah.
Fair enough. You guys continue moving forward as you go to Crescent. You are staked, Crescent. You cannot move. You cannot react beyond the movement of your eyes, the slightest twitch of a finger, as your body does not bend to your will. You hear the heavy footfalls of boots and leaves crunching. You feel the muscles of Duncan effortlessly moving through the bush. He walks along some logs, or he'll jump off a few rocks. He doesn't seem to walk just on the straight and narrow at any given time. His pathment is strangely organized but erratic. You feel his grip tighten around your waist, and you just hear him going, "Just so you know, none of this was personal. Different time, different place. Maybe we've been a good student." As he seems to be taking you somewhere. What goes through your mind?
I'm just determined not like this. I don't care what I have to do. I am trying desperately to reach out to just imagine what it would feel like to touch of oblivion his face right now. And just going, not here, not yet. I'm not going to die here. Not to him.
You feel your mind keeping yourself awake. You will yourself to try and touch of oblivion, but you only can feel your finger just curl ever so slightly. No matter how hard you try to focus, no matter how angry you get, your body is just a corpse, with your mind fully aware to the pain in your chest, to your environment around you, and you can't move, as you are helpless in Duncan's grasp for now. As we move back over to Grayson and Onyx. Onyx, how are you now walking ahead of this next segment?
We're going at cautiously. You know, it's faster than I would like, but it is very cautious.
It's a jog, but it's not sprinting ahead.
Swivel.
Yeah.
Exactly. If my head is on an absolute swivel and my heightened senses are out.
So, I will say for this, due to that momentary setback, as this is kind of a 3-in, 3-out type of navigational combat, to see how much time it takes you to reach your inevitable destination. Because there's only so many places you can go in this area right now, thanks to Dragos' team blocking off a large section of this forest. Unfortunately, because of that setback, the dog's footsteps are getting fainter. Your sense of direction is starting to fail you. So this is going to be a test to see if you can not only keep an eye on traps, but keep an eye on where the hell you should be going, unless you want Grayson to help you in a different regard.
Grayson?
Mm.
You think you can be a little bit more aware so I can take a different approach?
What did you have in mind?
I can't look out for both at the same time. If we want to keep out where he's going and not get ourselves killed, I still need someone watching the trails with a sharp eye, but I need to put my mind elsewhere.
All right. You keep on the trail. I'm going to do everything I can to not have that happen again.
Well, I need you to lead me is what I'm saying. I'm putting a lot of trust in you right now.
All right, well, I'll have more time to react if we're not going this quick.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to let him take point, and I'm going to grab onto his arm, and I'm going to try and see what I can see of where she's going.
Are you using premonition, or are you just trying to use your height senses?
Premonition.
Right. Give me a rouse check.
Right. Ah. Fail.
Ah, finally. It's
taken a while.
It took a while. I think that's your first failure on that premonition, finally. As you put your hand onto Grayson's shoulder, your eyes roll back. You hear, "Why the hell are we going after this snotty-ass bitch anyway? She's probably not even fucking great, but I bet you that SOB was trying to take you out and missed. Why are we trying to save this fuck up?"
Everyone gets a second chance, honey.
You didn't.
That's why I have to do it for other people.
Go ahead and give me your premonition roll, which, to my memory, is Resolve plus Aspects.
Yep. Please be good. 5.
5 successes. That is a lot of successes. That's enough successes where I have to ask, what specific information are you looking for? What are you trying to glean?
I want to know where he's taking her and what they're doing.
Okay. Immediately, rapid images come to your mind as you see Duncan, crescent on his shoulder, brief flashes of moving in different angles, different patterns. You see him not always walking the same trail. You see him moving from place to place, leaping over a small running river brook that's currently flowing within that red sheen from an overhead shot from the moon. Lands forward, keeps riding further and further until you see it enters a thick, dense set of trees that seem to almost completely block from one side. Maybe a one-way in, one-way out situation. Two massive leaning oaks kind of lean up to the one side that marks this threshold as he crosses underneath it. You see as he seems to slide into this makeshift lean-to that's been created as he flops crescent down. Another shot of her sprawled out and unmoving, stake jutting straight out of her chest. You see him, another image as he is hooking wire and wire and wire to her and staking it to nearby sources. Another image flashes by as you can see an overhead up-ground shot in black and white as the wire is being connected to what appears to be another canned grenade. Several of them. You then see another shot as Crescent is just left there alone, but you can see the canopy, a pair of glowing eyes keeping watch. It appears, through your premonition, Duncan wants you to follow him. Duncan wants you to try and save Crescent.
Oh, this is fun.
In this moment, as you feel Onyx stiffen but walk behind you at a brisk jog, Grayson, what are you doing to try and navigate this hazard field?
I am going to walk in between the trees instead of on the path, and I'm going to be using the night vision goggles to my advantage.
Okay, I'll say for this, go and give me a Wits plus Survival +1. As you're trying to essentially outthink Duncan's placement. You're trying to take the less obvious path.
It's and survival. Yes, finally.
You do go a lot of hiking. It finally pays off.
Hiking is totally working for me right now. Yeah. That's what I needed. 5 successes with a critical.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me 5 hunger die.
5. 4 successes.
4. Okay. Your eyes are sharp, Grayson.
Not sharp enough.
Sharp enough to react in time. As you are guiding Onyx behind you, just being very quickly, moving at a brisk hiking pace as she's behind you. Onyx, your eyes snap back just in time to hear the sound of a stake flicking. Grayson, you just have enough time to look up and see a large bit of wire has just been accidentally tripped by you, and you immediately push Onyx back and have enough time to react as a massive branch with barbed stakes comes swinging at you in a hard right in front of you, aimed straight for your chest. You're able to put your hands out quickly and stop it, but you feel sharpened wood penetrate straight through your hand. Grunt in pain as you feel some of these wooden posts slam into your shoulders, slam into your hands. You're able to just rip the stake out of this trap, and it kind of flops off to the side. You only take 1 point of superficial damage, as luckily your body armor does absorb a lot of this blow. You reacted enough time to mitigate some of this damage. It looks like Duncan's working with a lot of creative traps out here, a lot of variety.
So at that point, I'm out of the vision, right?
You come back just in time to watch Grayson take this blow for you, stopping it mere inches from him getting staked in the chest.
At that point, Onyx just starts giggling. Not at you per se, but just a lot. Just sitting there on the ground.
She, as soon as she lets go, you just feel her just collapse the ground in this fit of just wide-eyed giggling.
I turn back to Onyx. Just quick enough. Yeah? And I reach out my hand to pick her up.
I mean, good job. But I have something better. I know where he is and what he's doing.
Yes.
And I'm going to explain a little bit of where what I saw. And He wants us to come for her. And he's going to make it messy. She sounds like she's strapped to some grenades. But I know the way he took.
Oh. Really?
I still have my heightened senses activated, right?
It does last indefinitely.
Cool.
So it's
Can
a
I
passive
listen in for some running water?
Go ahead and give me a Wisp plus awareness and add your aspects.
Okay. 6, but one of those blood is the messy crit thing.
Did you get a critical on a black die or another red die as well?
Yeah.
So
one of them is one of the red ones is, or the other ones is a crit, and then I have 2 other crits.
So your options here: you can burn a willpower and try and reroll those 2 black die to try and break the messy critical into just a normal success or a failure, or you could take the messy.
I mean, it's an 8 with this, so maybe I'll just take it.
You're gonna take the messy. Okie dokie.
Oh, why not?
All right, 8 successes. You close your eyes and you listen to the ever-reaching sounds of the forest around you. Your supernatural hearing reaching out as far as you can. 8 successes. You can hear running water as clear as day, maybe 3 or 4 yards away. Here's the problem. Your mind is now working against you. As you hear Declan whisper, "You're a liar. You're a liar. You wanted to find who killed me. He's still out there, you know. I'm dead. I'm dead and you keep me alive. What are you doing now? Trying to play hero? Getting over your head again? You're just going to let me die? Again and again? Every night? Without taking revenge? You're just going to let this go, love.
You never could see the right path.
And you were blinded.
You always got caught up in the small details. You never saw the bigger picture, honey.
And you were blinded by justice, thinking you could do better than your dad. But guess what? You're just like him. You're just like him, and you're gonna die like him. As all of a sudden, you can hear Declan's voice repeating over and over and over around you. It seems to be just manifesting from every direction. You're going to die. You're going to fail. You're going to die. You're going to fail. You're going to die. You're going to fail over and over. As you can even start to see the multiple silhouettes of Declan stepping out of the wood, being blown apart by pieces of shrapnel, grenades going off at his feet, him getting shot to death over and over again as you are suffering now from your clan bane of delusion. Till the scene ends, you are at a -2 dice to resist terror frenzy and any rolls involving dexterity manipulation. And unfortunately, your bane kicks in as well. So at total for this, you are at a -2 penalty to all rolls, but a -3 penalty to any mental-based rolls.
Okay.
As Grayson, you turn over just to see this confident face evaporate. For a moment, her jaw just kind of goes slack and wide-eyed as she starts speaking to herself, almost shouting to nothing there. As Onyx, what persona does Grayson see now as you have broken your mind?
You're probably going to see terror and shocking and screaming. She's just gonna be shouting it. No, stop it. No, it can't happen right now. Please don't. And I'm going to grab your shoulder, your jacket, and my head is going to go into your clothes as I scream. And suddenly the scream is going to pair off, and you're just gonna hear just quiet giggling. And then suddenly my face comes up. And I just look fine. And I'll just giggle at you and be like, Your friend's over there. I don't think I'm going, no. I think we're good. And I'm gonna sit on the ground. I'm like, I don't want to go anymore. I think we're good. I'm done.
Wait. No. What?
Mm-hmm. The water's that way.
I'm gonna kneel next to her. Tell me, who am I speaking with?
Onyx, silly. What, do you think all of us just have like 8 different names and personalities in our face? That's not how it works.
I'm gonna dominate her.
Okay. So, What is your command as you try to compel her?
I say the word focus.
Go ahead. This is going to be a contested roll, as you cannot stop yourself from resisting, but I'm sure you're going to resist anyway, Onyx. This is going to be Grayson's charisma plus dominate versus your intelligence and resolve. You are at a -3 to all penalty-based rolls right now.
Okay, well then. That's not going to be hard then for him.
I'm getting desperate. I'm sorry. We just say my roll.
If you guys keep good with the rolls that you have, you got 2. What's yours, Grayson?
Oh, I got 2 as well. Dang it.
It's a tie. The tie always goes over to the assailant in a party's case. So, Onyx, it's a weak hold. But as Grayson speaks to you, your demeanor doesn't change. But all of a sudden, for some reason, all you can do is just really... You want to really listen to this guy. As you're just really enamored by his face. Now, he's a funny man. He's really entertaining you right now. He's good to look at. You're paying attention.
I'll just look at him without blinking. I'll just tilt.
I need you for this. I need
me.
All. Yes, you. I wouldn't have gotten this far without you.
It's nice to be needed, I guess.
Yes, absolutely. And I tell you now, there is no greater need for you than this moment.
Do I get to eat?
Eat? Of course you can eat. What's your favorite type? Do you like certain blood?
I'm not picky.
You're not picky? Oh, okay. I can do that. I have a lovely center I'd love to show you once we're done with this, but we have to finish this first.
They gotta like good music though. There has to be good music involved, or I'm out. Like Led Zeppelin's okay, but I'm really more of kind of like a Rolling Stones type of gal. Some Breaking Benjamin would be great.
I was thinking of that song right now, "Run Through the Jungle." Do you remember that one?
That's a good one. You're cute. Fine, I'll go with you.
I'm glad to hear it. As I stand up from the knee and I offer my hand out again. And up.
All right. As Onyx, you take the funny man's hand.
Sure.
As Onyx takes her hand, and I'll be so bold to say, as Grace, you begin leading her towards the direction she gave you, Onyx is practically skipping behind you. And all you can think in your mind is, what the hell?
Oh, it's one of those. Grayson has seen this before, and he's putting on the neutral face, but in his mind, he's going, "The last person I had at my center like this, I had to lock them in a room with pillows."
Unfortunately, vampiric compulsions become very problematic at the worst times. But luckily, due to Onyx's very high amount of rolls and the information you now gleaned from the premonition, you are safe from traps for the rest of this challenge. We'll come back to you in a moment.
Fair enough.
Acer, you've been making headway, minding your step everywhere you can, and over the entire time, your teeth are gritting. He's not even here, and yet he's got the upper hand on you. What the hell is going on? You feel this just stress and rage bubbling to your surface as you're migrating your way through this darkened forest.
Basically, what's going through his mind is just, we had a plan, and within 5 minutes, it got fucked up. And that's 2 times now that someone outsmarted him. And he's not happy. He does not like this level of loss of control. And he's pretty much going to make Duncan pay for staking Crescent. Like, that's his focus right now.
Okay. In the meantime, though, how are you still trying to navigate forward? As you already know you're heading the right direction. Fortunately, only just. Is there anything specific you're trying to do, or are you just going to risk what happens for the next bit?
He's just going to keep going straight.
A straight
This
line.
is off the beaten path.
Okay. I'll say from your winning at the cost, I need you to only roll 200 right now.
Ooh. 2 success.
2 successes. Acer, your path is quiet. You may be someone that someone overlooks, but that is your greatest strength, now isn't it? You constantly overlooked. With those 2 successes, you have a moment of clarity. As you are walking through, you begin to take a longer, winding road over, and you stop as you notice a little hint of moonlight over a wired thread. You look over to the right, you can see another grenade in a can. Resource untouched, perhaps.
Okay, yeah. He's going to try to disarm it and take the grenade.
Go ahead for this. Give me an intelligence plus... No, we're going to say intelligence plus technology.
All right. 6 with a critical.
Not messy, though, correct?
Nope.
Good.
Not this time.
We have a lot of those suddenly tonight. You have never had this many messy criticals as a group.
Oh, trust me. It's showing its face. It's like daring me to get another messy. And as of right now, it's reflecting my emotions. So we're going to...
You very carefully lean down and peel open the lid of this can that is partially open. You can see a nice, healthy fragmentation grenade just wedged into the can. And you realize the can is the firing pan. That cable is meant to yank that grenade out of that can, releasing the primer. So very carefully snip that wire, peel open the top of that can. You look around for a minute, you find a small twig, a real hardy piece of dense wood. Crush that can in a little bit to hold that lever as you just slide it right back into the pinhole. It's a little snug, but it'll hold it as you very carefully... You now have in your hand a fragmentation grenade.
Let's continue, shall we?
Crescent. You're starting to lose track of the minutes. That anger and adrenaline just keeping you aware as you can hear now the sound of running water. How angry are you right now that you're in this predicament? This master killer, ambushed and staked.
Seething.
Seething. Is it roiling over?
Regrettably, yes.
I need you to go ahead and roll, in this case, unspent willpower and half your humanity rounded down, as the somber pride has been hurt. Bad. As you could feel that beast start to well up, and you could feel that whole curse of your blood trying to take over as that obsession begins to form in your mind.
There's 1 success.
Unfortunately, Crescent, your compulsion also takes you. I want you to pick a goal for me, as that ruthless, somber pride not bubbles, floods to the surface. How dare you end up this way? How dare he best you? In this game you've been playing, you've been stalemates, but this is not even a win. What would Eleanor say if she saw you right now? You can see her in your mind's eye, how disappointed she would be in you. I need you to think of something that Crescent wants to do specifically to Duncan. One specific thing. She would pick something. What do you want to do to him? What's one thing that Crescent needs to do to him to amend this?
I want to be the one to take him through the heart. I want to be the one to torture him, take him to the prince, and in turn take him to the Archon. I want to be the one to do that.
Not only as a Sombra, but as a hound.
Yeah.
That goal, that burning desire, fuses and solidifies into your mind's eye. You have gone into a ruthless state. You will not sleep. You will not rest. You will not give in or yield until your goal is accomplished. Until that time, your ruthlessness takes over. So for now, you are at a -2 dice penalty until you can complete your task. But it will happen. You swear it. You swear it on your sire. You swear it on your blood. You swear it on whatever's left of your godforsaken soul. You're going to drive a piece of wood through this man's chest, and you're going to gift wrap him to the prince, and you're going to present him to the Archon, all flayed, wide open, all ready for the Archon to enjoy to his heart's content. And you revel in it. You can't wait. You just need a moment. You just need an opportunity. We move back to our 3 companions as Acer kind of just tossing the grenade in her hand, just waiting. As you're now on overlook, just in time coming into a clearing at a crossroads as the trees begin to get thicker and thicker. This incline now coming to a decline as you're starting to maneuver your way around downhill, upriver a bit. You come to a very large river that curves around a bank for you. As you look over to your right, you see maybe about 3 or 4 yards away, you can see 2 individuals walking down the trail, holding hands, one of them skipping, and you can hear faint giggling in the distance. What the hell is this? But you recognize Onyx's voice.
He's going to go down at kind of like an angle to keep pace to meet up with the two.
Listen, it's not long as you begin slowly crossing over this river as you can hear a slight bit of splashing. You look off to your right, ready for any dangers, to see a silhouette coming closer before Acer comes closer into view in your night vision goggles. He looks rough. You can see all over his jacket, there are just gouged holes in 3 different sections of his body as fresh vitae has come down the side. There's a little bit of blood on his lips where he drank from the dog, and he is tossing a grenade up and down in his hand as he just walks towards you, looking absolutely fed up. You've never seen Acer like this. You've seen him gone feral. You've seen him go bestial. You've never seen him in such a foul mood that looks could kill, and he looks infuriated.
I still my head at him. Are you still with us?
Barely.
I have an idea for that grenade.
Good. What's with smiles and rainbow over here?
Look at you, handsome, growing a pair of balls. What's that, smell? Is that perfume? It's like the stench of death. I love it.
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with her?
I should say she has adopted a more, let's say, lethal personality.
Oh, definitely. And if you'd like to save your friend, which you're welcome, by the way, for me figuring out what happened to her, you might want to use your techie thing, right? You were the one that got bullied in gym class. You might want to fix that.
Oh, yes. He's hiding out in a tree in the river. We'll direct you. I want you to shove that thing in the tree, and then we're going to have some fun. He thinks he's laying a trap for us.
He's got her hooked up to all sorts of explosives, so I hope you're good with that.
You said you were more lethal now?
I mean, sugar, I'm always lethal. I just had to shut up, Declan. You know, a little thing there. It's fine. We're good.
Good. Let's go kill a bitch.
Just remember, it's in the tree. Put it there. He wants an ambush. We'll give him an ambush. Oh, and would you mind when we do see him? Go for vitals. Kneecaps, shoulders. And if you can get it into his, if you can blow his fucking maw off of his face, I'd love that too.
I like blowing heads off. That sounds more fun.
I think we're going to get along very well.
I'll go up and tap his cheek. Sure thing, sugar. Keep walking.
Onyx, as you kind of walk past him for a moment, you do have a conviction. You're getting pretty involved with this. How much do you honestly care about Crescent? In reality.
I think it's more like a everyone deserves a second chance sort of thing. She knows there's money at the end of it.
So this money is worth putting your life on the line for?
Gets me closer to Declan.
Alright. I will say that explanation is sufficient to avoid any stains and accidentally breaking a conviction. So you are safe for now, as she takes point. You two follow.
Yes.
Eagerly.
Following, you walk a small bit up a winding trail that comes back to another incline, another yard or so away. Onyx, you were the first one to lean and kind of take cover for a little bit, as you can see the two very large, ancient, distinctive oaks leaning off to an odd angle, barely all dead, but hanging on to the earth as a corpse of what they used to be. You look around, as the rest of you can kind of see as well. Grace, Acer not so much, but Grace with your goggles, you can definitely see it as well. The trees are much thicker here. There's a lot of trees around this clearing that you can try and maneuver through, and they offer plenty of cover. There's only one direct route into where Onyx had described before. As you see before you, a bit of that cloud covered parts away, letting more of that reddish light come back down into the clearing. Very strange section of land in front of you, with some smaller trees in the small grove. But most of it seems a lot dead and decayed foliage, while everything else still seems fairly lush, even in this season. There's enough large trees that make almost a semi-perimeter on this area, this almost funnel, so to speak. One way in. One clear way in, at least.
So I'll probably dart back real quick and kind of cover and just look at them shh. We've got a birdie watching us.
I go over to her and I crouch down. Our bird.
A little eagle. That's what I've been told.
Acer's gonna walk up to them and just be like, alright, you two, stay here. Keep a lookout. I'm going in. If you see him, don't be afraid to take out his kneecaps.
Why don't we all go? That sounds more fun.
Because he won't shoot me. And with that, I'm going to take out one of the guns from the backpack and hand it to Grayson and just be like, I know. Just try the best you can.
It's not my forte, but I'll try. I take the gun and I holster it in one of the pockets.
Negotiations aren't my forte, but we all have to do shit outside of our comfort zone.
Storyteller, I have a question.
I have answers.
If I use Scorpion Touch on his blade, will that still continue to the next scene?
I'm considering this entire conflict the same scene. So,
okay.
Taylor, you're still envenomed, and if you envenom his blade, it would allow him to make a solid strike.
Oh, if you're letting me be already envenomed, then...
I'm not going to punish you for being prepared at the end of that combat. This is a very large scene.
Oh, no, I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
You never know. But as he hands me the gun and I holster it, I look down to his blade. Are you giving me something? I want me to give you something in return. Blade. Show it to me.
He's just gonna grab it, just hand it over.
I unsheath it. And I put my mouth very close to it. And I nick my lip and I coat his blade in my venomed blood.
He slathers down the side of this blade, coating this very thick, viscous fluid that seems to almost stick to the side of the blade.
Y'all consider that a present. Y'all are weird.
So I lick my lip closed, I hand back his blade. Now that is a bite.
And with that, just to see if he can keep it a surprise, he's going to sheath the blade to make sure it's not exposed, and try to conceal the fact that it has been enhanced by his blood.
Fair enough. You sheath it. You don't know. You don't see it.
And with that, I walk around the corner, see what's going on.
You're just going to let yourself out in the open?
Yep.
Are you going to try and look as vulnerable as possible, or are you just going through?
Nope, I'm going through. I'm not trying to look vulnerable. He knows that I know he's out there. There's no point if he's actively looking around for any danger.
Okay, you immediately begin walking down the center of the path. Give me wits and awareness.
Awareness.
Sorry, can I ask one other thing, Storyteller?
Of course.
Can I mend while I'm waiting?
Give me a rouse check.
Thank you. I need to get this. I do not get hungry.
Brilliant. You heal a point of superficial damage. Onyx, you are the same if you wish to spend time to mend while you're waiting.
Sure.
Make a rouse check.
Not.
You stay. You do not get hungrier, and you heal 2 points of superficial damage as well.
So, actually, that's a good point. First off, that's 2 successes.
2 successes. Got it.
I'm also going to try and heal 3 superficial.
Okay, give me 3 rouse checks.
2 successes. So
you get a little hungrier.
hungry.
As you manage to, we'll say retroactively, you're able to heal yourself up the path up until now. That last bit coming off as you make your way past the threshold. 2 successes. You look down just instinctively at the crossroads and no silver wire, no obvious trap. It's too obvious as you kind of step over and look around your surroundings. Trees lay twisted and lean to odd directions. The immediate thing you tell you is that it's not natural. It looks like this area has been repaired, one way or another. Supernatural folk. Probably possible that Duncan did it himself. Looking around, there's no cover. No trees to hide behind. Dead foliage stamped down clean, as you can see off towards the thicket of the trees that kind of give this very hanging over canopy. As more of that red floodlight comes through from the moon, you can see things a bit clearly in this area, at this time at least. You can see this very large lean-to structure made from sticks and logs that are leaning against one side of this very awkward angled tree. There's almost this teepee. You can see Crescent unmoving, splayed out, her head to the side. A massive chunk of jagged wood sticking out of her chest. And as you come into view, Crescent, your eyes kind of focus in, some of the light coming in as you can see Acer at the end of the clearing. You 2 big eye contact, and you can see something in her eyes. You can't see rage. Rage is an understatement. You see her face contorted into such anger and fury and darkness. You've never seen that before in her face. Any type of obvious danger. She can't see anything, but nothing happens.
Acer's going to take his sword, not unsheath it, keeping it in the sheath. And as he walks towards Crescent, he's just going to tap the ground.
Go ahead and give me a Wits plus Investigation.
3 success.
3 successes. Dirt, rock, dirt, rock, rock, dirt.
And there's nothing attached to Crescent as I get closer.
Getting a little bit closer. With that previous roll before, you're a bit more an eye shot. You can see her jacket is taut. Not sitting comfortably on her, like something's trying to pull it apart in different directions. Looking quickly, you can see there are various gleaming hooks that seem to be gouged into her jacket that are pulling her in different directions. Very tight, very taut. In this moment, though, as you're looking at that, what are the other 2 doing?
I would say at this point, I'm trying to rebuild myself. I'm going to keep mending.
Okay, so you're just spending time mending. Got it. Onyx?
I'm fine. I'm bored.
At this point, you must focus. That's a pretty
Good look
moon.
out, guys.
That's a pretty moon up there. Oh. What was you doing again?
I look over to her. Do you happen to see anything in the trees?
Why would I be looking in the trees?
I heard there was a birdie up there.
Oh, that's right. Animals aren't really my thing.
Metaphorically. Basically, there's someone up there and he's playing hide and seek with us.
I'm not a child. I might be crazy, but I'm not a child.
Didn't mean it in a demeaning way.
I don't know. Asking me to play hide and seek. I'm a grown-ass woman.
Yes, but what if this ends with...
Unless we're playing a different kind of hide and seek, I don't think I want to play.
What if when we caught him, you got to shoot him?
I want to bite.
You can do that too if you want. He lost. If you find him, that's just how the game is. He lost.
You think we should let him?
I think it'd be a great idea, girl. I am
fine. What am I looking for?
Tall guy. Wearing some puffy vest. He's up in the branches.
I'll look for your puffy jacketed friend.
That'll work.
And then I'll start looking around, so I'm sure my senses are still...
They're still up. Go ahead and give me a Wits plus awareness. Your mental state is at a -3 still.
Yay!
Since I have the goggles still, can I help her?
You can add a 1 dice roll bonus to that.
Okay, so what was it again?
Wits and awareness. In this case, not -2.
Wow, they were okay. 3.
3 successes. Looking around, Onyx, as Acer, you get a little closer. Another step closer, very tentatively. Bracing yourself to any movement, hyper aware to danger. Onyx, you kind of look around. No snack in that tree. No snack in that one either. Just when you start to think, this kind of cute guy maybe be lying about where the snack might be. Grayson, you hear a tink, 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 and something hits your foot just in time for you to look down. A bright flash of light just envelops both of you as something bright just goes off, nailing you both. Onyx, I need you, as your heightened senses are still in the thing, I need you to go ahead and try and make a wits plus resolve roll to stop your heightened senses at the last second.
Okay. And that's minus something too, right?
You're still -3.
3.
3 is just enough as you're able to last second. That's gonna hurt. And you close your eyes. Doesn't have to drop your heightened senses. Grayson, I need you also, for the sake of this, make a wits plus resolve roll to see if you're able to close your eyes in time.
Okay, you got it. Five successes.
5 successes, just enough for you to close your eyes just in time. While you may not be able to rack this initial second, you are not blinded as a flashbang has just gone a point blank at Acer. As this now conflict has re-engaged, you hear all that right behind you as you turn around to see a bright flash of light and just illuminate the darkness for a brief moment as you're maybe within probably about 10 feet of Crescent at this point. You have a choice. Do you go for your friend? Or do you aid your companions? You're caught in the middle.
I'm going to taunt him.
How do you do?
I'm going to see if I can't get him to go for me as I take out my switchblade. I'm just going to yell out loud enough for him to hear me and just be like, shoddy craftsmanship, really. I mean, once you've seen a couple of these, blown a few up, all you really have to do is cut the wire. I mean, don't get me wrong, it worked in, the 1800s, but come on, man. You gotta update your game.
Go for manipulation plus intimidation. 2 successes?
Yep.
You can pull it from the bag if you want.
No, I'm just gonna cut the strings.
Okay. You immediately begin running over to Crescent's side as, fortunately, after a moment of waiting, just for a split second, you see Duncan land out of the tree as he looks at you for a brief moment, ignoring you, and he charges straight towards Grayson, just in time for your eyes to clear up and see him coming right towards you. Luckily, you're able to pull off that flashbang, so you have a chance to defend yourself.
I'm not being... I can't get away from him, so I'm going all in.
All right. So are you going to try and counter or dodge?
Counter.
All right. Give me athletics plus brawl. He's going to rounds. You guys get hungrier.
We're going to lose this one. Is that athletics and brawl?
Yeah, athletics and brawl.
Pretty... my favorite. Oh, one of them. Anyway. And nope. 2 successes.
Holy fuck. He's going to burn a willpower.
Prepped my health pool.
You beat it with a margin of 1.
Wait, I'm sorry?
I rolled bad. I rolled really bad.
But... Please continue. I'm flabbergasted. Apologies.
He comes sprinting down towards you and your eyes are just coming back into focus. You're seeing 6 Duncans charging you at once, and all of a sudden, comes down to 1, just in time to see the flick of a blade coming straight toward you with the coldest expression. That you just right in the face, hard, right in the jaw. He stumbles backwards for a moment, sending him sideways. This last second reaction, you do a point of superficial to him.
There's going to be a tiny smirk on the side of his mouth.
You just see a little bit of blood coming from his face, and he just stumbles back. He looks at you, looks at the crazy one, and he's going to turn tail and start charging straight towards Acer. As Acer, you're on the ground, you start snipping. Since he's going to start, we're going to same round robin. Grayson, you're up.
Is he still in range?
He has just started sprinting if you want to chase after him.
Yes, I would.
All right, what do you want to do?
I'm going to run up to him, and I'm going to slash the back of his leg. Or just slash at him in general.
You're just going to try and you're going to rake him?
I'm just going to rake him.
All right, go ahead and give me the same as usual, athletic plus brawl. He's going to try and dodge, actually.
That is fair. Okay, there we go. Dang. It's only 2.
Nope.
Yep, probably getting away from that one.
Fuck! I'm going to burn the willpower. Jesus, what is going on?
What is going on?
Okay. So, fortunately beat you the margin of 1. As you reach out with his massive talons, just trying to snag him on the back and break across his back, but he just inches away from you, and he just shifts off to the right and faints. He's charging straight towards Acer still.
Okay, so that was
your attacks. You still have a discipline and movement and everything else.
Okay, fuck it, we're going in. I'm venomizing my blood again.
Give me a rouse check.
I'm gonna get hungrier, but that's okay.
You get another bit hungrier as you just hear that dictator scream in your mind. Where being in control? What happened to all that bravado you had with Genghis, huh?
No, he bleeds. We made him bleed. We're going to get more. Fall in line and sit in your chair.
We'll see about that. As you feel that venom course through your blood, through your veins, as you begin charging after him. Hey, sir. You're up and ready as you are made it just to Crescent side, and you begin working on some of these wires. You look very quickly. There are multiple strings taking her in different directions. You don't really have a second to, unless you're trying to spend time to figure out how badly she's hooked up. It's looking very tight. One wrong move could send something off in a cataclysmic reaction. But you listen to behind you as you hear rapid footsteps coming after you, as you hear Grayson snarling in frustration.
Where are the hooks again?
They're attached to her jacket. You can see some of it's poking into some of her clothes, some of her jacket, like it's on her attire. It seems he didn't have a lot of time to get these hooks in deep.
Crescent might kill me for this. Yeah, more than likely might kill me for this. So I know that she is torpid.
You see a massive chunk of wood just sticking right out of the center of her chest.
But I know she's still aware of what's going on around her, so I'm going to grab onto the wood, and I'm going to be like, don't move. Any wrong movement will set off the trap. And I'm going to pull the stake out.
Immediately you feel that wood lift with you up your chest. Immediately your body tries to tense up and react. I need you to go ahead and just stay still. I need to get a resolve plus composure from you. As your body is initially wants to reflex in pain and agony. -2. You are ruthless.
That's still 3 successes.
You watch as her chest lifts off the ground. She pushes herself back down, just clutching every muscle in her can. You can see the veins come in the front of her neck as her fangs just instantly just retract out in a furious rage as she holds herself still, just shaking.
Okay, that was my action, right?
To be that careful? Yes.
Okay, I'm getting close and I'm going to whisper. When I tell you, do everything you can to put this through his fucking heart. Also, I apologize for what I'm about to do.
Whatever you're gonna do, just do it.
I will probably need another action to do what I'm about to do, so I'll probably have to wait till next turn, right?
What do you want to do?
Since the hooks you said are on her attire,
Mm-hmm.
basically her shirt and her jacket.
Mm-hmm.
Since her jacket's already open, I don't have to worry about that. What I was going to do is use my knife
Mm-hmm.
to just cut her shirt down the middle and then just slip her out. Since none of it is attached to her skin.
To be careful and not accidentally set something off in the process, because there are multiple different wires coming off her in different directions. Yes, that's going to be take your next turn. I have to be careful with that, unless you want to risk all that going off at once.
Nope. Can't risk her.
Okay. That's it. If you go, as you begin pulling your knife out and you're just trying to figure out how to just cut her out of this.
That's all I can do for now.
All right, Crescent, you are conscious. You are awake. You are alive, kinda. What do you want to do? As you can look over and you see Duncan is charging, barreling straight towards both of you. Take a moment to look at your surroundings. You feel the tension on your body. Every time you make a small move, you can feel being tense in different directions. Trying to move is a big fucking risk right now. Any quick movements could set something really bad off. I'll say, since you were conscious and just torpid, you remember with just the way your La Sombre Pride would be, the way you are, you counted 8 different hooks you placed on you. Any false move could cause a cataclysmic reaction. It's very high risk.
I don't think there's anything I can do then.
You're just going to wait.
Yeah, I don't want to blow Acer up or myself, so...
Sometimes neutral gin is the best, to quote an old proverb.
I'll just Acer focus behind you.
And I'm just going to say, they've got it. I trust them. And I'm just going to keep focusing on slowly cutting your shirt.
All right, Onyx, you are up. As you blink your eyes open, your vision comes back as the world around you is back to that normal shade of red and dark.
Does he have a puffy jacket on?
There is a guy wearing a pretty thick jacket running down after Acer.
Asshole. I'm gonna grab the gun then. And I'm gonna try and take a shot.
All right, go ahead and give me for this. This is just a Dex plus firearms, but don't forget you're at a 2 dice penalty.
For guns too?
Unfortunately, you're still compelled. Yeah, Volcavians, they fall apart. They fall apart hard.
Yay!
It's like an all-around, just like focus thing, but yeah.
Oh, derangement affects our mental worse. Delusion affects everything. And it affects dexterity manipulation, sadly.
Yay. I can't do anything to make that better, can I?
You can rouse the blood. You can pull from the blood bags.
I mean, I'd say if this is the time to pull, people don't be afraid to pull.
Okay. Is it horrible if I take one?
You can take as many as you want, and you just get one pull a session.
I'll do one. I'll try and leave as much as I can for.
Okay. You take a blood bag. Did you want to risk rousing while you're at it?
Yeah.
All right. Give me a rouse check.
Success.
You do not get hungrier.
Okay. 4.
4. He is going to try and dodge, but he does not have rapid reflexes. So this is a penalty. The shot rings out loud. Right to your ear, Grayson, as you are in the charging straight after it. Onyx, you get a sickening smile cut across your face as right off the other side of his body, he's got a bit of spin and tumble as it does land with a margin of 1. 3 plus 3, so that's a 4. Reduce it by 3. I need to check his armor. Oh. As his armor now suffers a critical failure. As Onyx, you only do 1 point of superficial damage to him, but as you shoot, it nails him straight in the back, spinning him over. You hear a loud snap as the vest just falls off his body, hitting the ground with a thud. His armor's gone.
Phew.
You took a shot. Anything else?
I'm just gonna tuck in behind Grayson and hide behind him and be like, your turn.
Fair enough. As you go back to the top of the cycle, the counter goes down by another 1. But now it is Duncan's go. As he takes a shot to the chest, he stumbles but keeps going straight for you, Acer. You can hear those rapid footsteps coming up right behind you very loudly. Crescent, you go wide as Duncan is right on top. You can see Duncan pull a knife back. He's going straight for Acer.
If I dodge, I have to use...
It would be, to dodge, it would be strength plus athletics to dodge, I believe. Let me double check that to make sure I'm right.
It's dexterity and athletics.
Thank you. Dexterity and athletics, yes.
Notes!
Okay. So what if I try and counter with my kendo?
It would be strength plus melee, and you would have superior firepower in this case. You have a longer reach than he does.
Oh, yes.
And as he's running towards me, I'm just going to like quickly just grab my blade, swing it around, and I'm going to try and counter him, just like one smooth motion.
All right, go ahead and give me a strength plus melee, and you can add a +1 to help mitigate some of that penalty you've got.
Strength.
If you want to pull, Acer, do
melee. That's +1, but -2. I will rouse. I succeed. For an extra 1. Okay, so basically that +1 and that rouse just made me neutralize the -2 penalty.
You can pull from the bag if you want to, buddy. People are supporting you guys.
Yes.
I thank you, chat, for supporting, but I have a plan for those die, and I need every single one of them, so I will not be pulling from them. But I thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm burning another
Thank you,
willpower,
chat.
though.
Fucking course. You know what? Screw it. If I have a critical, I'm gonna lean into it. I don't care. I'm gonna take another willpower damage to reroll.
Okay. Take another aggravated willpower.
Yep. Yeah, worth it. Okay, so that's 2 crits. That's 2 as a crit, that's 4. That's 2 as a crit, that's 8. 9
9.
to counter. But it is a bestial because of this little fuck nugget right here.
That would be messy, not bestial.
Messy, sorry. Messy. It's a
Bestial
messy
would
crit.
be if it was all
I keep flipping those two because of my dyslexia.
Grayson, remind me of the mechanics of your scorpions.
I have
Damage
that.
as well, please.
I have that right here. So I concentrate. It's producing a poison-coated blade. On a win, it inflicts aggravated damage equal to the margin of roll 2 mortals who immediately go unconscious. Kindred take non-halved superficial.
Okay. This is what happens. Your weapon makes it a +3.
Oh.
You beat him with a margin of 4. That beat that messy critical. Plus, your blade makes it 7 superficial damage before it is halved. And this is what happens. As he comes running straight towards you, the knife poised to strike. You immediately, in a swift motion, quick draw straight behind you in a spinning motion, just upward slice. As you cleave straight into his arm so hard, you feel the blade actually cut and snap right through. The blade shatters on impact as he screams in agony as a massive cut has cut from one side of his armpit up to his neck, nearly decapitating his whole arm off as his arm slumps off to the side. To add to this damage, Grayson, I need you to go ahead and roll. What's the roll here for that poison? As immediately that poison takes effect as it hits. It's a competing roll here.
I'm not seeing a damage calculation.
It should be a contested roll.
Oh, I have strength versus blood sorcery versus stamina and occult, or
fortitude.
or fortitude, dexterity, athletics to spit.
Okay, so touch. Yeah, so it's going to be your strength plus blood sorcery versus his stamina and fortitude. He has no occult, actually, which is better. Is fortitude or is it occult? We'll find out.
So strength and blood sorcery.
It's going to be a strength and blood sorcery. And he's got no occult, so it's going to be his fortitude.
That's 6 dice.
I actually am going to pull all 4 of my dice from the pool for this, as he does not have a lot of this.
Okay. Coterie, question. May I pull?
By all means.
Do I go all in?
Whatever you want to do, man.
You know what? Are you guys okay with it?
Do it.
Okay, I will pull from our bag and I will take the 4.
Kick his butt.
I need to take a risk and pull another willpower.
It's on. It's friggin' on.
What you got?
That is 11 with a messy critical.
So this is what happens, Acer. His fortitude is going to reduce some of that damage. So this is here's the problem. Let me do some math real quick. So that's a margin of 7. 2 is 5. Have 3. And then you said you had 11 successes, Grayson?
Yes.
Oh shit, that beats him with a margin of 8.
We might have just ashed him.
Oh shit.
This is really bad.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Acer. As you spin around a quick draw, the blade cleaves straight through Duncan's arm. He screams in agony as the arm just flies behind him, tossing and turning, the blade slamming onto the ground as his arm hits the dirt. This is something that doesn't happen. You have never seen this happen. You see on his face, his composed and soldiered face, as Duncan screams. He screams and he hits the ground, hitting the ground hard onto his back as he begins seizing and writhing. He tumbles and turns over the soil as dust is kicked up around him. He watched. His body begins to gray and twist. His jaw looks up at you as he just snarls wide and stops moving. His fingers curling on himself like a spider as he curls into the ground looking up at you, his eyes wide, breathing heavily just out of reaction. This a permanent anger on his face just barely through you as you can see he's in a blinding amount of pain. This was not clean in any sense, Acer. This was reactionary. You wanted this. You take 2 stains as you have inflicted such great pain.
So can we see this?
You do see this.
Can I pull up my phone and take photos?
You take selfies.
With, like, me in them? With the guy in the background.
You flash up a few selfies in that flashing light as Acer, you wait with widened breath. As Grayson, you come up to it as well. Cressy, you look over and see the same as Duncan lays there. His skin turns gray and ashy and black. The veins in his neck blackened up to his teeth. And his body holds firm. It was just enough damage to aggravate him to his maximum and didn't tick over. He is torpid.
Immediately just looking at my broken blade and just kind of throwing it on the ground, just gonna get Crescent out of that trap.
I'll say for this, as you unhook quickly, one after another, a smile hits your face. You did it. Thin blood. A thin blood just brought down Duncan McTavish. You came out on top. There's no need to gloat here. There's no need to own the very essence of what you are as an abomination against all kindred. In one strike, one fatal strike, you brought down Hunter of the Anarchs as he lay torpid at your feet, and you removed the last hook from Crescent. Your domination compulsion subsides. You're on top. Now, probably plenty will remember that.
And with that red eye starts to fade and the veins just kind of dissipate.
In this moment, stumbling and rolling, as you look over to see Alexa and NECA covered in bites and scratches and reeking like hell, as they've just bared witness to what just happened. As the counter hits 0 and your reinforcements had arrived. And for now, we're going to take another small break as our group reconvenes at the conclusion of this scene. And we're going to probably invite on a special guest for the tail end of this episode.
Oh.
So bear with us for a moment as we allow our group to let what just happened settle in. And let me settle what just happened. Holy shit. We will be back. Okay, we are back. And as always, we have our very special guest with us here tonight. His purpose and his reasoning will be revealed shortly. But for now, in the aftermath, Duncan's final stand wasn't good enough. Whether it be fate or just karma, we now fade back in a day later. Some of the dust has settled. While NECA and Alexa has taken the opportunity to stay at your haven, Grayson, using the last available cell to keep Duncan locked up tight, just in case he wakes up. They, at this point, have been patrolling around your haven, keeping high security in this area as they wait for word from Eleonora, bringing our special guest. We fade in now. The 4 of you are now all together. Emotions have calmed, but others have risen to dangerous levels. Scene is yours.
I'm going to be sitting at my desk as my arms folded over, just waiting for everyone to enter into my office.
I assume everyone knows that we're going to be meeting up in the office then.
Yes, we'll save for brevity's sake.
Okay.
Yes. You guys have all agreed to meet up and speak. At least to reconvene, actually touch base now that things have simmered down.
All right. Acer will walk in first then, just kind of opening the door, closing it gingerly behind him as he just kind of walks in. I'm going to admit, I'm still shocked at what happened. And he just kind of takes a seat right across from you.
Understandably so.
It's not long before Crescent and Onyx, you join in as well. Onyx, due to your nature feeling just naturally unsafe to be alone at that time, you join the rest of your coterie with Crescent right behind you.
Well, I guess first things first, your contract is up. So don't worry. Feel free to keep whatever Grayson gave you. I'm not going to block it or anything.
No, the only thing that we need left is to take care of what went missing that we borrowed from my contact. But other than that, I'll just send you the bill.
Oh. Luckily, only a few bullets, right?
Luckily,
Not
in
too
the
bad.
manner of order, most, if not all, of the equipment was returned relatively unscathed, despite a few mysterious bloodstains here and there, which was not a fun explanation, but luckily the bill is pretty minimal, minus gas.
Azur's just going to kind of look over at Crescent, kind of giving her a look of, you know, if she's okay.
She's not even looking at you. Just looking at the ground.
So I look over to Crescent, and I go underneath my desk, and I push in a drawer so that it pops out, and I open it up.
Small little secret compartment pops off to the side.
And I reach in, and I pull out a book, and I put it on top of the table, and I put my hands over it, and I look to Crescent. I saved it for you.
Is said book supposed to mean something to me?
Depends on if it still means what it did back then. So I pushed the book to the end of my desk towards her.
And for those that don't know, what is this book?
This was the book that I gave to Haley when she first came to my center. Rough night of sleep. Nothing else. I thought she would enjoy a tale to rekindle her spirits. I thought she would want it back.
I don't want anything back.
So I reach in again and I pull out a Game Boy. I'm like, so I should just get rid of this then?
You can do whatever the hell you want with it.
I'd rather give it to you.
I don't want it.
So I put it on top of the book. I fold my arms again. We need to fully understand what happened. And I don't mean sitting here and wondering why it happened. I'm simply asking you all to accept what happened. And that is the simple truth, is that we accomplished our mission and we are all back here alive. All of us. And I make sure I look directly at Crescent.
I'm looking back without even blinking.
Onyx, you've seen a side of Crescent you haven't seen before. You've seen her angry. You've seen her rude and rough. But your natural senses, the way you are, just in general, something's off. Something almost familiar.
I mean, just give her a look, I guess. I don't know. Watching her.
And that goes with the understanding that I am. And I say this in no other regard other than as I take my glasses off and put them on the table. I wouldn't have it any other way because you are all still here. And I am grateful for you all. Take that for what you will. Put my glasses back on. So, Acer, what is the damage to the lab?
Quite severe. When we got back, I pretty much shut down any and all tech. They don't have any cameras, no computers, no nothing. Nothing that Hurricane has been able to tap into. And until I restock with fresh stuff, it's going to stay that way for a bit.
And he hasn't contacted you in any way?
Not that I know of. I think by now, if he still tapped into the system when he saw me disconnect everything, he knows. Even if he doesn't, we should probably just move forward assuming that he does.
We're lucky he will have gone into hiding.
Doubtful.
We're lucky.
Look, I'm just going to get this out in the open now, before anything else. Hurricane hacked my system. I'm not saying I'm the best, but that is not a simple thing to do. Because of that, I thought I could be a little bit like you, Grayson, and try and manipulate my way and use him for my own benefit. Clearly, that backfired greatly. He offered me a deal. I gave him 2 challenges to prove his worth. One was finding Danica when she was gone. The other was finding my sire. And it seemed he was able to do both. our deal was that if he could manage to do both, that he would help me gain respect with the rest of the Thin Bloods so that they would listen to me, to avoid any wrath that might come their way. In return, I would help make a new Primogen.
You'll have to forgive me, Acer. These are some very tall orders.
Well, he was thinking that with my connection to all the Thin Bloods, now that they have a voice, could sway a vote here and there.
Crescent, has the prince said anything to you? The other hounds? Anything?
No. Are we supposed to go see them tonight?
We wait for the call. I assume that the hounds will, including you, will know before I or anyone else.
Yeah.
We still have another job. We need to get Duncan to where he needs to be for the Archon.
Gift wrap with a bow, if I'm not mistaken.
So we go meet the Archon then. That's all there is left to do.
Meeting one is... rumors.
If at all possible, I would still like to try to maintain myself under the radar just until my plans can come to fruition, if they come to fruition thanks to Hurricane, now that he knows about it.
You're Speaker of the Thin Blood. Either way, you're in the spotlight.
Yes, but one spotlight I can manage. 5 or 6 is a bit tough. If it's alright, I think Crescent should present it.
It would make sense.
Why me? I didn't do anything.
You're a hound.
Great.
Lest we forget, if you were not there the night of the club, I would probably be MASH.
And if you weren't there to save me from Sun's little family, I wouldn't be here right now. I'm not saying this as a pity thing. I'm saying this more as it makes sense that you would present him, as you are the most likely one to take him down. I just want to keep the illusion a little bit longer.
I didn't take him down. I didn't do anything. You guys did that.
You gave us the opportunity, and we capitalized on it. That's what we do. That's what we do as a coterie.
Look, Crescent, believe it or not, things went a little awry, but still what I was planning. In the end, I was the one that was supposed to be bait.
And I ended up as bait.
Because he happened to take out the one that would most likely be able to torpor him. Let's be honest. The only reason that happened was because, again, I'm a thin blood. No one thinks much of me. And Grayson's poison had a lot of kick on my blade.
Well, if we could just deliver him to this Archon before I dealberize him myself, that would be great.
The feeling is absolutely mutual, if I'm to be honest.
You would actually have earned it.
No, not him.
So I'm gonna tap Crescent's arm, and
I'm flinching away. I'm flinching away. Nope.
I'm just gonna say, look, I get it. I know you hate me, but I'm glad you're around.
I don't hate you.
They need you a hell of a lot more than I do.
Before we go on, I do not hate you. I think we have a misunderstanding, and we both think that we're right, which, in a certain light, I can get. I do not hate you. If it comes down to it, I will still sacrifice life and limb for you.
You don't even know me.
Doesn't matter.
To the beginning, I didn't know either of them. As I point to Acer and Crescent.
Pretty sure you tackled me into the sewers when we first met.
Very true.
I held a gun at your back.
That was fun.
It was fun times.
Yeah.
Nostalgia.
Point is, we do weird things, but we're a coterie at the end of the day. Crazy or not, I think I owe you an apology. So I'm sorry. I should have been honest. I should have been upfront with you. I should have told you about the mission that I had. In my mind, I didn't need to. Wasn't part of the mission at all. But at the end of the day, you just saved my life. On life. I have to acknowledge that. So, thank you.
I will admit, no worries. I will admit that, back then, when you did deceive me, not that you knew it, but in doing so, nearly made me break my one cardinal rule that I have for myself. Which is why I reacted so harshly. So my apologies on that. But I don't wish you any ill will. What you guys have, the three of you, it's really great. You should protect that. And I'm just going to start turning as if I'm going to walk out of the room.
Hey, no, I'll try and catch her, but like without actually touching her because Cressa has a thing against touching.
I'll say just due to your height and stay right now, you just can't help but do a small rapid reflex, and you just before you blink, she's right in front of you. Not threatening, just a lot faster than you expected.
There's always room in this coterie. There's not a max capacity.
Well, my contract is up.
We don't work by contracts, alright.
Okay, if it helps, and you ever want to stick around, we didn't do too bad returning the stuff, so I might have a little extra stuff if you need a job. Comes with perks. Yeah, just saying.
And I know you've got probably more open cases, and I promise to keep myself restrained if you need help.
Appreciated.
Onyx, you do know the term hound has been thrown around a lot. Hounds have a very interesting capacity to navigate a city. It can be very advantageous for you.
Just if you need
We'll
it.
keep it in mind. We're good.
At this point,
Anyways,
Grayson, there's a
we should probably get going. Sorry.
loud knock on the side of your wall, the secret passage into your office.
Please come in.
The door kind of kicks right open as Alexa just walks in, the wall kind of slamming open. You! Redhead! The one with the great leather. Come with me.
The one with the great fashion sense. What?
Come do your fucking job with me, damn it!
Fucking hell, alright. Jeez.
Yeah! Come on, new blood, let's go!
Wait, are they coming?
Yes. Absolutely fucking lootly. Just the problem is, we hounds. We do the job of getting the stupid idiot to the big political thing with all the bigwigs. You're supposed to help me with that. They can ride in a different fucking car. We gotta go.
Where are we going?
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
Start following behind her.
she turns to leave for a moment as she leans back over to you, Grayson. She leans on one hip, throws her hair back, very similar to one Toreador Primogen. Oh, my darling, to the greatest, ritziest, fucking bitiest club in all of Seattle. Where else are we going to have this big old fucking soiree? Succubus Club.
Grayson, we're about to meet an Archon. You might want to fill Acer in before he opens his trap when he shouldn't.
Perfect. That's an excellent thought. Acer.
No.
I mean that lovingly.
I'll
Don't you
keep
take
my
that
mouth
badly.
shut.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I've heard the rumors. I don't feel like being Ash just by being looked at.
You will.
I'll stay.
You will.
I think I've grown a little bit more since then.
I'll move on with Alexa.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. As you walk by, she smacks you real hard on the ass as you come by.
All right, buy me dinner first. Jesus.
Fine if you're buying. Let's go.
just for the sake of brevity, when everyone leaves, Acer's gonna hang back for like a second to grab the book and the little Game Boy, put it in his backpack. He's gonna pocket that sucker.
You gotta hang on to it.
Grayson like grabs onto the book for a second.
I'm gonna be honest, I thought you left.
Funny thing about touching something that doesn't belong to you. Especially this.
To be fair, it wasn't out of malice. I just thought someone should keep this part of her safe, and if you're letting it go, I'll take the responsibility.
I give him a long, hard look. You haven't disappointed me, don't do it now. As I slowly lift my hand off the book in the Game Boy.
And I will put it in my backpack and just look at him and be like, you know, when I first met you, I ended up looking through a system, trying to find some background information on you. See what I was getting into. I found Haley's. All about her past life, how she functions. Didn't have a clue what the rest of it was. But you, Grayson Holland, I have a lot of questions about. But the thing about finding you is for living such a rich life, you have a very, very small dossier. I didn't look anything into it past that. Because I trusted you enough. So I will just say this. Crescent has my respect. The Reaper doesn't need my protection. But I've seen Haley. And that's something we have in common. I'll help protect her. And with that, he will just walk out.
You let him take the book with him?
My eyes don't leave him as he leaves the room. But once he leaves, I go back around my desk and I look into the drawer for a second and I see the phone. Then I close the drawer very quickly.
That old flip phone that you had when you were still alive. Still got some juice in it, but you left it off until now.
So I close the drawer, I'm still muttering, or I'm under the desk. I don't need to hear that yet. She's still there. As I stand up, walk out of the room, as I adjust myself and flatten out my suit.
And with that, we fade on to one last moment as the three individuals here, Onyx, Acer, and Grayson, all file in into a company van and begin making their way towards the Succubus Club. However, Crescent, you are led out the back way as Wamaneka has a very vengeful individual tied and still torpid in chains as he literally lays a hand on his shoulder, and as you both come to the secret entrance, you can hear him leaning down, whispering, "You dirty son of a bitch, you were supposed to last longer than this. I was supposed to bring you fucking down. You wasted my fucking time. Do you know how long it's gonna take me to sew the fucking hole with your little rat bitch friends? But
I'm not even. I'm just staring at Duncan the whole time.
His head still just lulled in that permanent, angered, furious, dead, lockjawed face. And all those memories come flashing to the front of your mind as you look down at him, just furious. You feel a hand really gently touch your shoulder.
I jump.
You turn to see Alexa looking at you like, hey! Psycho bitch, relax.
Jesus, look in the mirror.
Okay, that's kind of clanist.
Sorry. I'm just, it's been a long few nights.
Oh, I know. I've been trudging through about waist deep worth of shit, and I had rats in my bra for 2 days straight.
I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
Yeah. Sorry you had a piece of wood sticking out of your chest. Did you grow a fruit tree while you were at it? Hurts like a bitch, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And I just want this bastard to pay for every freaking splinter of it.
You see Alexa just kind of walk up and just kick his shoe really hard. Trust me, I want to do more. But I'm afraid the number that whatever your friends did in this guy is going to crumble away like fucking wet tissue paper in a minute.
Yeah, no, if we present the Archon with absolutely nothing but ash, we're probably going to get ashed ourselves. So let's just not touch him.
I heard the prince talking a little bit before Eleonora ran off to go play babysitter. Sounds like he's a gangrel.
The Archon?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Funny thing about gangrel, you and I know what happened. I'm not gonna fucking say a word of this, by the way. This never fucking happened. The last thing we need in this fucking city is to find out that a thin blood brought down fucking Duncan McTavish, the gangrel ghost of Seattle. Yeah, we don't need that. Absolutely not.
He had help.
It doesn't fucking matter. It's the principle. That's just unacceptable, in my opinion. I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that you're standing between him and whatever else he's got going on, I'd probably just go and just shank that Ginblood myself to make a fucking point.
Best not to do that.
I'm not going to take it with you. I like keeping my head where it is. I've seen some of the leftovers. After all,
choice.
Yeah, I was the one that had to come in and do a little sweep work after your little Masquerade violation 2 nights ago. Remember the big paint the town red moment? Real good job with those kids, by the way. Just all over the walls. Artwork. Loved it.
Alright, you did that. I thought you were talking about Newberry, but
Oh, that was even a bonus. Damien did not necessarily appreciate the attitude, but I thought it was fucking great. Damien's got to stick up his ass anyway.
He does.
Look, I'm not one to really be nice, quote unquote. And as you look over the wall, he just still is mad dogging the fuck out of Duncan.
Hey, Wayunaka, he's not gonna wake up.
He might.
No, he not.
He might.
He's not.
If he wakes, he might. He might.
Just save it. Save it.
Shh. He might. Alexa just kind of rolls her eyes. He's special, as she kind of points to the head a little bit. Look, I'm not one for really being nice, but I'm going to give you a little bit of advice as new blood. Look, as a hound, as an individual, you can have as many coteries as you want. But because you're now a hound, that means you're part of 2 coteries. And there's going to be things that we got to do. Now, guess what? I'm really bad at this, so forgive me for a second here, but I bet you feel like shit. I mean, like, worse than dog shit. Worse than rats swimming in a sewer type shit. I know what that feels like.
Got the idea.
You're right. She got stops for a moment. The reason why we're going to make a big show of this is because what your friend did, well, useful, makes us all look bad. But I mean, really bad.
What do you mean?
Think about it for 2 seconds with that really smart brain of yours, that lovely, beautiful head of yours.
Thank you.
You're welcome. A thin blood brings down the ghost of Seattle. The one who's got a body list 10,000 miles long, and no one's ever been able to pin him down. The best of the best end up ash at his feet. Listen, you've got a good track record ahead, which is why I'm paying attention to you right now, because that's twice you tangled with him, twice you survived. The 3rd time, he got you, but you're still alive. That's a big fucking deal. As much as it fucking sucks, it feels like a participation trophy, I get it. But what we can't accept is the fact that a thin blood tortured him. I don't care what kind of backup he had. The fact that a thin blood did it, that's never going to come out. We brought him down. The 3 of us. You, me, Wayunaka. We brought him down. We're going to bullshit our way through this if we're asked about it. And if the story ever gets brought up, that's what we're going to tell. In fact, you're going to give him to the Archon. You see, this is what you need to understand, sweetheart, as a hound. We have a pretty sweet gig here. We can say what we want practically, do what we want practically, hunt in the rack as much as we want, walk in anybody's haven for any fucking reason at all. Anybody. And no one can say a damn thing about it, or they want to risk the wrath of the prince. Most aren't brave enough to do that. And the angrier you look, which, compliment, you got the angry face down pat. Eleanor, I could tell, really pushed that into you. Here's the thing. Our power and our status and our place in the city only goes as far as the prince lets it. If the prince, even for a fraction of a second, doubts us, we could be in trouble. Now, I'm not talking about this whole Archon thing. Archon kind of affects everybody. But after the fact, the long game, I like my position. Bob Neko likes being able to run around and do as he pleases, as you can hear just like that, literally growling at Duncan. Don't mind him. You're going to present him to the Archon. You're going to lie. You're going to lie from really good through your fucking teeth. For now, we're going to play the game. We're going to play this political chess piece. You're going to present to the Archon. You're going to look prideful. You're going to look like you came out on top. You are not going to show a shed of fucking weakness, because if you do, he will smell it.
So how are you so confident that I'll be able to do that?
Because I've seen your work. Look, we're vampires. We're kindred. We're supernatural. Yes, we got a lot of bang for our buck. You, I've seen the shit that you can do. I've had to clean up some of the stuff behind you. I saw what happened to Malakoff, the big-ass Russian Nazi, not crazy guy. I saw what happened to him. I was honestly on the side of you guys coming to Seattle. We could use that kind of muscle with what's been brewing. You had one bad day. As much as a fucking participation trophy as it is, the fact that apparently Duncan took you out first means he had to make a real hard fucking gamble. And unfortunately for you, it paid off in his favor this time. It doesn't matter how tough you are. Alone, you will die. That's just how it is. But for now, you're going to take that pain, you're going to suck it up, Buttercup, and we're going to make a big show of it. After that, we can deal with the fallout. And don't...
He just wants Duncan, right?
He just wants Duncan. We just gotta look tough. We gotta make it look good.
So that's what we do.
Exactly. But this settles down. There are a few things I might need help with. I heard a little whispering about your other friend.
Other friend.
Little birdie told me, Mr. M, so to speak. He has reaches a lot faster than the prince at certain times. And
Yes, he does.
Kind of thinking your little friend there is wrapped up with something real nasty, and I'm like to the bottom of it. And I could use your help. I think you might have an interest in that.
I've got a lot of things on my plate, but I'll make time.
Bring your friends along. The more bodies in between you and me and the bullets, the better. But for now, ruin this. Remember it. But don't let it consume you. You're going to get through this. And if you ever tell anybody I was nice to you, I will deny it, and I'll cut your tongue off in your sleep and wear it like an earring.
Kinky.
Only way, sweetheart.
It's not like I got a cell phone to play with.
Well, maybe you should just learn how to use a cell phone then. You can actually see her now actually opening TikTok on her phone in front of you.
I'm just gonna reach over.
Zzz, hey!
Yeah, that's what I thought.
At that moment, we now fade over to a much different side. Mr. Nathan, I understand that once you had woken up for your oh-so-cushy coffin, as Eleonora has provided a ride for you, what additional retainers had come with you? Just so I know.
Well, ain't that just a lark? You end up wondering about these things, and you end up having an organisation, but no, right now the only thing I'm bringing is the lovely Miss Winters. She may have a bit of a history. She enjoys a little bit of the drink, if you know what I mean, and it ends up turning into a whole right laugh, I can guarantee you that. I ended up spending a bit of time. She's incredibly knowledgeable and very fast on her feet. Makes it, well, what can I say? The ultimate femme fatale. Everybody ends up imagining when you're a big bad vampire that you're going to be here sailing across in a yacht and across international waters. No, you stay in a fucking shipping container. You know what? You pretend to be a smuggled fucking dope. You sit in that goddamn dog cage for weeks on end, going over, hoping nobody ends up opening that fucking thing while it's daylight. You end up paying the right people, but you're waiting for that one person to end up saying, you know what? I'm going to end up having a moment to end up send the Coast Guard in, open up the shipping crate in daytime, and fuck you right over. So my evening over here was particularly stressful. And if it wasn't for Miss Winters, I'm pretty sure this whole thing would be alright. Now, after being stuck with all these pigs and stray dogs, half of them didn't make it out because guess what? Somebody fucked up with the menu, and now I gotta have the taste of dog in my mouth. You know what this kind of shit? It made me very fucking irritable. Very fucking irritable. And then I ended up having this whole bit with Miss Winters, ended up having to end up bringing the ship manifest through, and ended up registering me as a fucking stray dog. A stray fucking dog. Oh, you better believe it right now. I'm ready to tear into somebody. I have had a hell of a trip, and I had to come all the way over here because some pumping jackknife can't do his fucking job. And right now, there is somebody who's going to pay for my bad day. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving without somebody getting fucking ashed. Because I ended up coming across the whole fucking sea. Okay? An ocean of trouble. And nothing but boredom and murder on my mind.
Eleanor leans back as you have been for the past 20 minutes lighting into Eleanor at the back of this very well-established limousine. As you can see several other individuals trail on both sides of the limousine as well. One in the sports car that Eleanor first arrived in, and they picked you and your shipping crate up, as well as a few other additional retainers that she had met along the way. She leans back in her forward leathered attire, just politely smiling with her leg crossed, watching you nodding as you speak. When you finally reach a break in your tirade, she smiles, that poison smile. Can't help but remember her face in the front lines every now and then. But she just tilts her head to you. I can only imagine how much my presence irritates you. But I assure you, the things that I've helped bring to this city, despite its chaos, we're going to have a gift-wrapped little package for you the moment you walk in to where we're going. And we're going straight there, first and foremost.
Fantastic. Right to the fucking point. I like it. Let me make something very clear, though, right now. I get so much as a whiff of bullshit right now. I'm not going lightly on anybody. I have had it up to here. And trust me, staying in a fucking dog cage for a couple of weeks will end up doing that to you. And I'm not going to lie, fancy coffin and all. What? Really? Are you fucking kidding me? Goddamn coffin. You know what I was hoping to end up seeing? Oh, this is fucking America. You know, I was expecting kind of the Vegas lifestyle, being able to sit in grand hotel rooms, you know, end up watching all these fat fuckers end up stuffing their faces and end up drinking soda cans that are 8 feet fucking tall. End up watching them in their cars going, what the fuck you call it, NASCAR? You know, I was hoping to end up going to a fucking speedway, but no, I gotta go with this shit hell Seattle. And what the fuck do you have?
Beautiful sights and
shite. That's what you have. You are fucking shite. So let's get this business up with. Okay? Dispense with the small talk.
Your retainer just very quietly just pats you on the thigh, smiling very warmly at you. As Eleanor just nods, she knocks the window behind her as it rolls down just a crack. Double time it for you, please. Mr. Simmons doesn't want to be late. Yes, Sheriff. Right away. As you feel a lurch in the limousine as it does pick up speed very quickly.
Placing my hand on top of Miss Winters, appreciating her concern. I'm old enough to know it's just the blood bone talking, but, you know, it's nice to pretend once in a while.
Miss Winters, as you pat her hand, she actually takes the boldness and actually wraps her fingers around your palm, giving you a slight squeeze.
All right. So, Duncan McTavish, he goes to Seattle himself. Yeah, I ended up wondering about him. Everybody loves to hear about that, I'm glad. You know, Miss Winters, but Now all of a sudden this ended up coming up. We gotta set this thing right. The fact that it escalated to this is a fucking atrocity. How the hell did this whole show end up beginning anyway? Look, how did we get to this point? I'm still trying to wrap my brain around this. I mean, there had to be a collective series of fuck-ups. Nay, a cascade of absolute fuck-ups that ended up going from one point to another and dominoing so that you need more fucking help.
Eleanor just tilts her head. Do you want me to give you a response to that, or am I still listening to you vent? And I mean that with respect, sir.
Alan looks at her. At this point, I'm musing. I'm musing out loud. I would have thought one of your stature would understand the principle.
I apologize again. It's a super situation.
Shut up and just let me in if you're working this out. Turns to Miss Winters and starts going off on her like a goddamn sounding board as if this other kindred is not in the car.
I need to check something now. As you turn your eyes away dismissively to Eleonora, and you continue your musings for the rest of this car ride into the core of the city, you can't help but hear the creaking of the laminate on the nearby door. Despite all that venom in her face and all that sweet poison she puts on, you've been around the block enough to know that you have just royally pissed her off. But there's not a single fucking thing she could do about it. And so she just sits there, white-knuckling, smile on her face.
Good. Should be more entertaining when she's pissed off. Think my end up learning. I think what's true, this is internal musing, mind you, but I think it's true. What they end up saying about the kind, that it actually starts to choke the brain with rage. It's one of the most fantastic ways to end up going about it, and then you end up having somebody do something stupid. I'm just waiting for it. I'll be honest, I'm more playing this up to end up for her to end up giving me the excuse. Like I said, a lot of pent-up rage. But it was a fucking dog cage. A fucking dog cage.
To your dissatisfaction, she doesn't give you that chance, though, to take your anger out just yet. As you pull into the core of Seattle, you make it to one of the established you have heard whispers about, the Succubus Club. There are some variations in other cities that share the same namesake. Here is just another one. The red carpet has been moved out for you. There is no line of people like any club would normally would. It is a ghost town that has been blocked off. Very official-looking individuals, fairly armed despite the luxury suits, wave the limousine and escort in as they pull you towards the very large entrance of the Succubus Club.
I am enjoying myself in this nice torn-up hoodie I ended up finding on the ship in some old shipper's cap.
A doorman walks up, looks to the window as your door is open for you.
America. That's just funny. Oh, I tip my hat trying to be gentleman-like.
He gives a very curt nod. It's a young man, probably no more than 22.
Ladies first. He gestures. And as soon as Miss Winters ends up stepping in, then he steps in afterwards, just continuing to poke the button.
You can hear the faintest sigh. Small little release of stress as you are the one that pushes your way forward the moment Eleanor seems about to lean forward, and you cut her off yet again as she continues to tuck her hands behind her and step out behind you. She leans back. You can hear her whisper something faintly towards the attendant before the limousine is shut and is driven away as she flanks behind you as you continue your musings.
Is there any chance I can end up overhearing that?
Go ahead and give me a Wits plus awareness.
Okay. That's a 7 dice pool. 6 successes with a crit.
Okay. It's very faint, it's very short, but you do hear Eleanor say, make sure the others are on high alert. If shit goes south, be ready. Just in case. But don't make any moves. We're here peacefully.
Well, that's usually how it goes when you have an Archon. Not the first time I interfere, Simon. I'll go presume that they intend, if I get out of line, to save their own hides by throwing what kind assets they may have at me and hope to end up bringing me down quickly. Though I'm more concerned about the one who brought down McTavish. Somebody actually did that. Well, that individual might just be a threat. I can't wait to meet them.
As you walk up through literally the red carpet that has been rolled out for you, a big charade has been placed to keep the masquerade intact. Just some kind of big shot VIP from across the country, you can only assume. One of the many other cover stories that any prince worth his salt is going to keep the public away from this little soiree, so to speak. Two very well-dressed additional doormans, one young woman, one older man, open the door for you as you step inside. Currently with the rest of our individuals, as now our scenes collide as Mr. Simmons steps into the scene. Currently, what you see before you, the entire room itself is bathing in gentle lit light, a medium warm tone. There's no music playing. There is no servant attendance. A very dry bar, so to speak. No guests fill these halls with socialization. Oh no. What you see before you is the room has been drastically rearranged to accommodate a very wide half-circle table-esque sort of type of view. Very fine linens have been placed out, as you can see, dead center of the table. Stands immediately, without too much haste, Prince Stragos himself, followed by his many primogen that are all here in attendance. Acer, do you stand with the rest of your companions at the table?
Yeah, I'm gonna be with Grayson.
So you're not going to let yourself sit at the primogen table where your spot should be?
Oh, right. I guess. Yeah, you know what? Just to not piss anybody off, follow rules. I will just give a nod to Grayson and sit where I'm supposed to at the primogen table.
So you rise with the rest of your political companions as Grayson and Onyx are taking a very well-viewed but sheltered spot at the front row. Currently, at this point, on each side of the table, you can recognize a very dog-faced Nosferatu, massive wrinkles and gnarly fangs give you a very wide and unorthodox smile and nod at you as you walk in. You can see he's constantly in the state of chuckling, but he can't seem to stop. On the other side, you see a blonde-haired individual who definitely looks like she's about to snap between a maniacal laughter and pure rage at the indignancy that she has to stand on the other side of the table. You see, flanking a red-haired, very pale-skinned young Kindred. Nathaniel, go ahead and describe your attire to all of the Elysian court.
Right. Well, you end up realizing that if there's any person who ends up standing out of place, it's Nathaniel Simmons. He's, unlike everybody else, is trying to dress to impress. It's very clear that this man may be a sailor of some sort, as he ends up having a toque on and a hoodie on and pants that here look waterproof. You know, he looks like he literally ended up coming straight off the boat. Probably ain't the person who ended up having the clothes originally, but, you know, it's a way to end up getting across. You get the impression that this man did not come here to do this. This man did not end up coming here to do anything but get to his job, get this over with, and end up making snap decisions. And there is a snap decision certainly being made in his attire, because this is not what you wear to the famed Succubus Club. So he stands out like a fucking sore thumb, an uncultured swine, and he seems to revel in it.
Eyes all do immediately look to you, Nathaniel, as Crescent holds by the back of the chain a torpid, not by stake, by raw trauma. As you can see, it's still painfully missing an arm on one side. You always knew he was a lefty, as it's the one that's missing, as Crescent holds it by the back of the chain, presenting it to you. As you hear Dragos, welcome. We're delighted to have you. As he snaps a small finger, and the Primogen all sit, but he continues to stand while addressing you.
Prince Dragos of Seattle.
But one of the same.
I have to thank you very much for your warm greetings when it ends up coming down to me being able to meet your court. Allow me to end up introducing myself, since you have forgotten to do so properly upon my greeting. I'm sure a small oversight on your part. My name is Nathaniel Simmons, an Archon, and I am brought here by the Justicar to end up here foreseeing this city's future. One that I'm sure everybody will lovingly tell me will be bright and prosperous as the last 12 I have visited this year.
I will actually do no such thing. First, I would like to extend my apologies, Mr. Simmons. Or would you prefer Nathaniel?
I think right now, since we're in court, dearest Prince, most high and majestic and whatever the other words are, that we end up going appropriate to title.
Archon Simmons it is. Fair enough. I am going to do no such thing. I'm sure you've heard time and time again about how a city can be great, about how I have everything under control. I'm not going to be that man. I'm not going to be that kindred. A liar is something I am not. Our city has faced many challenges. A lupine assault that took out our last prince, an anarch revolution shortly after my rise to Praxis, I will admit has been beyond challenging. All which
and yet here you stand.
As I do. For here's the thing. While we may be experiencing growing pains, it did tip the scales when the ghost of Seattle returned, as you can plainly see. Here's a difference, though. While my city is still experiencing these turmoils, yes, there is an anarch presence within my city. Those that are loyal to the Camarilla do abide here and work tirelessly. And even from the lowest and youngest of our kind, can produce results under my guidance.
When he says that, does everybody look at a very specific? Because it sounds like he's trying to hint at somebody specific in the crowd.
You know what? You don't even need to make a roll for this. You have enough wits to just take the dice on this one. You actually watch the court itself. Some of them, the kindred that are within the crowd, do make separate glances. You see some of them look towards a very well-dressed individual wearing a rather expensive pair of looking glasses, which we know is Grayson. You do see another set look over to Acer, who sits at the table. Many do look to Crescent, including both the hounds. And some do happen to look to a rather ostentatious individual with a shock of pink hair and a thick Kevlar jacket. Seems there are quite a few in this room that had a hand.
Just to try and blend in with the crowd, I would like to look at Crescent. Just so I don't stand out too much.
Go ahead and give me a manipulation plus subterfuge. Nathaniel, I need a wits plus insight.
Good news.
Oh no!
It's only 3.
Okay.
3 out of 7.
I have the dice for this.
4. Seems the majority of its attention's on Crescent. Most of the Primogen at that table are definitely looking towards Crescent, who stands in the middle of the room, presenting you your tribute.
What's your name, Lick?
Crescent.
What,
Crescent.
you took you a second to think that up? You asked a question, you snapped to it right away.
Crescent.
Alright. Not exactly a soldier type now, are you?
No, I am not.
Okay. So, Crescent, is there a reason that you are currently holding this dog's chain? Is it just they wanted to pair it with a pretty face? Because I already have one on handy, just to Miss Winters.
She does give you a wink and wiggles her fingers.
By all means, if you want her to present, I can give it to him.
I'm just wondering who you are and the importance, because generally people tend to end up placing together who's sitting. So, it's the Primogen sitting there, right by the prince. There's a bunch of tarts right over there who seem to be here getting it going. Must be your local sewing circle. Probably
we are part of the Hounds.
Fantastic. Okay, so that ends up helping so much. And who's your compatriot here?
That would be Alexa and Wayuneka.
Alexa. All right. What's the deal with the hair? I see that all over the place. It's just America's weird. I'm just going to end leaving it there. All right, Crescent. You're holding. So, what have we here?
This would be Duncan McTavish. I presume the Prince did say that you wanted him front and center, gift wrapped.
Absolutely. So, where's his bow?
I can go get one for you.
Hold on. I'm looking around. Who is wearing a bow tie here?
Oh, no.
Who's wearing a bow?
Immediately as you look over to one side, back to the individual sitting with the pink haired Malkavian you now know as Onyx, the very well-dressed Tremere, as there's a snazzy black bow tie right on his neck.
Oh, fantastic. I'm going to walk over. Alcon here, Simmons. And you are?
Grayson Holland of the Glen Tremere Archon.
Fantastic. He grabs his bow tie and just rips it off.
Yep. I did it with a smile.
Toss it over Duncan's head. There! All fixed.
Yeah, it looks great.
You see, the hound has taste. Can we get a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Go ahead and give me a charisma plus, I guess, intimidation in this spec. You can add your status as a bonus.
Oh, fantastic. Well, there are so many dice. Oh!
What a problem to have.
It is when you're worried about, I only have one hunger, but I am worried about compulsions. That is going to be a measly 6.
A measly 6 is definitely more than enough, as the prince actually is the first one, not too quickly in a panic, does immediately start joining you, and quickly, people start getting the hint of, yes! That's great! Down with dog! You start hearing some people getting a little extra energy the moment you start bringing up the energy in the room.
Does anybody in this moment of excitement maybe say something awkward? You might notice a pattern, ST, of Nathaniel baits a response and then analyzes it afterwards.
Currently?
Yep.
No one at this point.
Okay. Fantastic. I love it. Okay. Now we can begin story. So, would I be correct in presuming that you yourself ended up bringing him in, or
that would be my hounds and I? Yes.
Your houndsing you. Oh, I imagine Duncan was a bit of a handful. Why don't you tell us the story?
It was a little bit more of a handful. He had a lot of traps involved. We had to segregate out Discovery Park in itself, and he had everything set up that he possibly could. We had to have Alexa and Wayuneka go in through the sewers, while my coterie and I ventured in through the caves.
Your coterie being your hounds were separated?
Yes, we had to separate for this mission.
And so you ended up bringing along...
I ended up bringing along Acer over here, and Grayson, and Onyx.
All right.
Key notice, she does point to an individual at the far end of the Primogen's
table.
Oh,
no. Sorry.
A Primogen, he says, like he's just completely shocked.
Oh, no!
A Primogen has gone out of their way from atop their throne, from this rightful sword from the prince, to handle it. Now, that there is what we're looking for. My prince, I have to admit, I may have misjudged you, and you're cool. I am taken aback. Primogen, please stand. The rest of you, please stand. Come, stand by your coterie, mate.
And he's gonna very nervously just kind of stand up.
And for clarity, you request that the rest of the coterie join him as well?
All of them are to be joining.
As I stand, I flatten myself out. I look to Onyx, give her a nod, and make my way.
How appropriate I use that tie specifically. Will wonders never cease? Oh, joyous days. Primogen. It is very rare to find one of your like. Truly, I am impressed. More often than not, they would perhaps send an underling towards it, or maybe the whip at most. Perhaps they would end up sending them handfuls of kine, or maybe trick the thin bloods into the tip. Hopefully they'll massacre themselves off while trying to take down Duncan. But no, you yourself, sir, have here stepped down from your position and handle it. I've got to assume you're,
I'm a thin blood, sir.
Come again.
I'm a thin blood.
With Drago, I think we need, I might need to be updated here on your court.
Drago stands and leans in. You could see there's a little bit of that eye twitch on one side. In title, he is not Primogen. Here in this city...
And yet he sits with your council.
Aye. For a very specific reason. The thin blood population within our city have grown to pledge their loyalty to the Camarilla on numerous accounts, but their numbers are vast. So, I have deemed it in my wisdom to supply this thin blood as a voice to all of them. Being such a thin blood, if something goes wrong in the city with the thin bloods, he is held responsible for it and has made sure that they keep in line and understand the situation at hand. Despite being a thin blood, and I side with your suspicions, that despite being a thin blood, he has proved very useful to this court. He has stood out among his wasted brethren and has made a name for himself. Whether it be courage or foolishness, I get to decide. But for now, he has proved an asset.
Oh, what about you, Mr. Glasses and Mr. Tie?
I am merely one that oversees this coterie. I am, of course, Tremere.
Okay, I was expecting robes, maybe like some kind of monk around it. Okay, it's definitely different than the old country. And you, my dear, with the hair.
Malkavian, sir.
Okay, didn't catch your name.
Onyx.
Okay, right. So many names to keep straight. I'll be honest with you, I'll probably forget about half of you here by the time I get off this shit. But, till then, alright. Now, you end up getting together. And he does the same. He goes to each hound and gives this same lambastic treatment.
This one individual I have to check for. Thank God. You go down the line of hounds. Additionally, the man that was sitting next to Crescent, you realize is Damien, the deputy of City of Seattle. Next, you have Alexa, a hound, usually an enforcer, ones that tend to get their hands dirty first. You have a Nosferatu, or Neka, who supplies the city with information, the shadow broker, if you will, under the watchful eye of Khalid, the Nosferatu Primogen. And then you have Eleanor, who is the city's sheriff. And she is very forthcoming as a note where she says, "This Crescent is also one of my children."
Well, on that I would have put on more of a show. Well, can't put the egg back in the shell now, can you? So, that all said, What a collection of errant heroes you have here. And that, he gestures over to Asa. So, he tries to get everybody's story.
You learn the overall gist of it that is fairly cohesive. While Neka and Alexa traveled through the sewers to try and flank Duncan and his reinforcement, while the rest of them went through the front to draw his attention. However, this coterie, apparently working efficiently enough, managed to subdue and torpor Duncan through sheer power before the hounds could make it to them to back them up in time.
It's fantastic. That is a fantastic story. I think, however, my investigative nature as an Archon requires a certain level of suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, I'm going to rouse the blood.
All right.
I'll get 1 point hungrier.
You get a point hungrier. As the nature of your beast kind of wills to the surface, they're fucking liars. You know it. Every single lot of them just try to save their own fangs. Why don't you just rip a few of them apart to make good use of it?
Look, I'm willing to end up doing that just right quick and get this all done right now. But there's certain procedures, and I don't want to have to come back here. You don't want to be put in a fucking dog cage again for the next 3 weeks. And we got to end up making sure that we end up getting our feel good and proper. Because, bluntly, I got a whole bunch of shit. Because if you don't remember, that's that whole shit happening in Cairo we still got to deal with after this.
Oh, not Cairo. Fine. Counting back from the 100.
Thank you. Now, I would like, whoever would like to roll this off, to get some suspicions out of the way.
What are you searching for?
I'm looking for holes in the story. I am looking to get as close to the truth as possible, because from what I know, the ghost doesn't get taken down by a La Sombra who just showed up, a Tremere who doesn't look like he can end up fighting his way out of a wet paper bag, Malkavians, which are provenly unreliable, and somehow a Primogen. You know, there's some things that don't add up outside of all of them being expendable.
I need this coterie. All of you guys need to roll manipulation plus subterfuge.
It was manipulation and what else?
Subterfuge. We got a 3.
That is 8 successes.
Oh, 3.
Yep.
3.
Even
We
with the
Another
crit,
3.
even with the crit, I can't beat
Nope.
it.
Grayson.
Nope.
I only got 1.
Archon Simmons. The stories along the board are consistent. That's the problem. They're too consistent. The details match up too close. You've seen this before. It's been rehearsed.
You know, there's one thing that makes me pissed off beyond all fucking recognition. Yeah, anybody have an idea what that might be? Anybody in the crowd? Peanut Gallery, take your bets.
Storyteller, do I get the assumption that he knows we're lying?
I mean, yes, would be the easiest response I could give you.
He's just gonna sigh and go, when someone lies to you?
Holy shit, now there's your fucking Primogen. Thin blood Primogen sent out here. Prince Drago, I have to concur with one of your assessments. He is an asset, I will give you that. So, is there anything you wish to end up telling me beforehand? Primogen Asa, I love seeing you squirm, so...
Dragos does lean over. Yes, Primogen Acer. Enlighten us with your recant of what happened.
Two of the hounds went through the sewers, and we as a coterie went through the front. And we just happened to ambush him in the right way. I would like to sincerely ask that you believe Crescent got the final blow.
You sincerely ask, but I'm not here to wheel and deal favors. Thin blood. Duskborn like you. Oh, goddamn threat. There's only one way to remove that threat, and I'm very familiar with. So, right now, you knowing what pisses me off, how about you end up taking your time to end up laying it straight?
With extreme help from my coterie, Grayson ended up helping me coat a sword with a very lethal poison. And I happened to catch Duncan off guard as he tried to attack me.
Look at him! Look at him! You're telling me that you ended up doing that.
Yes, sir.
And the rest of you decided that this might be unkept. Certain revulsion at the idea that a primogen would end up coming down from his lofty heights. You being in with him, fighting tooth and nail at his side, said you would take this upon yourself because of how bad this might look for the court. Do I have this pretty nailed down?
It was my idea, Archon.
Dragos at this point does stand up. I think that's enough, Acer.
Sir.
That's enough, Acer.
No. I think I want to hear this.
No. Archon Simmons, I am the one that instructed this coterie together to go after Duncan. At the end of it, despite the results, I am the one that made the decision to have a thin blood as well as this group in particular see to this firsthand. Regardless of the results, the task was mine to give. I told you, while others may fluff your collar, lick your feet, and try to placate to your rank, while I respect you, I will not lie.
I want an insight there. Does he sincerely mean this?
No rule necessary. He means every word of it.
Well then, we got a bit of a problem, don't we? And I only know of one way to fix it. Primogenes. Come here. Hey, Jeffers. Come here.
And he will get up and walk over to the Archon.
Dragos does at this point stand up, and you watch he is making hard eye contact with you, Nathaniel.
I have my fist clenched.
Yeah, no, I'm fist clenched. I am ready to go at a moment's notice.
Onyx, do you side with your coterie as well, or do you try to stay out of this?
I'm fairly new, so I'm not like ready to like go at their throats.
That's fine.
But I'm like,
I love it.
sorry,
No, it's
y'all
fine.
want to take on that guy? Have freaking fun.
I love it. Okay.
As Acer steps forward, you see Crescent and Grayson immediately have now watched you with a much different attitude. And Dragos is no longer standing politely at the table. He does lean forward with his hands on the table, and he's leaning forward. He's watching you very closely.
My fangs are popped. And gesture, come on. Pop out those little things. Let me see you bite. Then blood.
And he opens his mouth and shows him the baby teeth.
It is hilarious, the things you see on him. only a millimeter larger than a Kine's cuspids.
That. Oh, this is gonna be so good. Now, I think we're all aware on a particular. When I have to report this, certain details need to be fleshed out. So that being said, I look to McTavish. I grab hold of the chain and hoist him up.
The body is heavy and limp, but you pick him up like a rag doll. As his face is locked in this rigor mortis, furious snarl, the slight amount of eagle-esque features still just permanently locked on his face at the last moment that he was still able to function.
Duncan, if you're still here, I want you to appreciate this. Those are the last incisors you're ever gonna see. Fucking baby. So with that and the authority granted to me by the council, and boy, the blessing of dearest prince, I'll sentence him to death. But, being a sentimental old sod, I hate to see good blood go to waste. He tosses him at Easter's feet. So go to town, boy. That's your meal for tonight.
Acer will very shamefully take out his pocket knife. And
No. You use what Ken gave you. He doesn't deserve the sympathy of you poking holes.
Puts it away. Leans the neck over. Just bites into him as hard as he can.
It's like chewing seal fat for a moment. The first few bites, you chew at him as hard as you can. Are you intently trying to rip a chunk open in his neck?
Archon told me to drink, so I'm gonna drink.
Archon Simmons, it is a rather humorous sight for your standards, as for a few moments this thin blood is tearing into it like the rubbiest hamburger you've ever seen. But finally, after several attempts, a sickening chunk of flesh is ripped away, and that soft artery is revealed. He bites it one more time, and a font of blood rushes to you, Acer. Even on the first sip, it is overpowering, and you are, even with the smallest taste, are going back down to one hunger. Then Nathaniel Simmons, how far are you intending to try and push this thin blood to feed as he drinks from the font itself?
See, I know something most don't. I know what happens when thin blood ends up consuming the entirety of another kindred. And I know that no one's going to accept anything less than another gangrel took out the ghost of Seattle. And I know with proper blood and display in this court, maybe his fangs will grow 3 times their original size. I meant what I said when I said the prince ended up knowing how to pick him. A Primogen coming down, surviving against McTavish, leading thin bloods of all things. Oh, this is just too perfect. And then I knew I made the right decision when I looked at every one of his coterie mates, and they were ready to go to war against me. Just at me implying that I might end up snapping him in 2. Oh, you better believe that's a sight.
Hey,
I
sir,
like what I see.
he wants you to drink. You feel on the cusp of being full. You could take more, but you don't need more. But as Nathaniel pushes you, as you feed, you know enough society to know what he's pushing towards. He wants you to take all of it. He wants you to diabolize Duncan. You have a choice to make. As you begin to get down to the base of that well, you could feel something else burning into Duncan, something faint, but still there. Do you commit to this and take all of it, or do you make a stand?
Oh, Acer's dying tonight. He's going to stop and pull away.
As the briefest spark begins to reach your lips, Acer, you watch the thing as this thin blood pulls his mouth away and looks at you as Duncan in front of you fades to ash. Spark wasted. You hear a crowd of as Dragas is now leaning in even further. You can see his nails digging into the table. You can see that veins pulsing the side of his neck as he is coiled like a snake, ready to strike if he has to.
With all due respect, I cannot bring the Thin Bloods in line if I'm not one of them. They don't trust anyone but their own kind.
He steps forward, looks at this young blood. You know what this means, don't you?
He just straightens up and goes, "As you will."
And you three are gonna go war for him?
Undoubtedly.
That's what it is.
Dragos also steps in as well, as there's a slight pause in the air. As would I.
Look at the bark on you. Where was this when McTavish first started turning? Oh, well. You have delivered me, McTavish. You have performed your duties admirably, and I think you should all be applauded for your gumption. That look in your eyes right now, keep it. Hang on to it. Because what's coming, this city's going to need more of that than it ever did before.
What exactly is coming?
Primogen, I said. Have you ever known what it is to build a city? To make it a part of you? See, I have the benefit of being able to travel around, so I've seen it before and personally never experienced it. Don't do well with hanging about. I've been around enough to know that when he's gone, he kicks the ashes and has them scattered about. There's always going to be another. Doesn't anybody have like one of those weird machines that vacuums this up? This is just getting all over everybody's shoes. This is supposed to be a dance floor. Come on.
You see as one of the Primogen female, short, very styled blonde hairs, I got it. And without missing a second beat, she scoots her chair and walks all the way around. Walks past you, actually gives you a small tap on the shoulder, very dainty, as she walks over to the Roomba in the corner. And she...
Oh my god, I love these things.
Here we go.
Excuse me, sorry. And we all wait painfully. As it takes a few moments for this little device to actually bump its way through before it finally starts motioning towards your feet with it, and you kind of lift a foot to let it go right underneath you. It is... And
hungry little bugger, ain't he?
Piece by piece.
He puts his hand over Acer like nothing has happened, just laughing. Look at that thing go.
Pushes on the chain out the side.
never cease.
As he puts a hand on Acer, Acer just kind of tenses up. No matter how he tries to fake it, the Archon could tell he is very freaked out right now. He's very worried.
Where's Vanavar?
Now, I think that everybody here should end up taking a moment and enjoy the rest of your night. After all, it was the La Sombra who ended up bringing in Duncan McTavish and proving their worth to the Camarilla. Should make a good story, wouldn't you think?
And as soon as he says that, if you still have your hand on Acer, you're just going to feel him relax, almost like with relief.
It'll make an excellent story for those, all things considered, Archon Simmons. After all, between you and I, we both understand a lot has to be maintained in order to keep a city moving and not make waves. Wouldn't you agree?
That's right. So, with that in mind, I'm going to go wash off my boots, and I'm going to just enjoy myself a little bit. Congratulations, cousin. You might be the reason that we end up having a way to make a relationship with the La Sombra. He leans in. It's all built on lies. The truth now was never relevant. It's what you're willing to do at Ace. I'll be right back, but you guys enjoy your night. And Primogen Asa, you got a title to live up to. I hope that you made the right decision.
Dragos does pipe up and goes, "A title indeed, and I share the sentiment, Primogen Acer."
Silent bow of understanding.
Well, I'll let you all have a moment to unclench yourselves.
Dragos, Annabelle, please show our guests to where he'll be staying for him and the lovely Miss Winters can freshen up. Of course.
Come on, babe. We got a night to explore Seattle.
With that, Annabelle ushers the two towards the back of the room, and the moment that Nathaniel steps out of sight, there is a collective relaxing of shoulders as Dragos immediately puts hands up as the very starting voices of his other court begin to arise. Like, I don't want to hear a word of it.
That's the second time I saw my life flash before my eyes.
You okay?
Yeah, I will be. I'm fine.
Dragos gives a very audible, unfamiliar sigh. Oh, great. I was hoping I had more time to prepare. As he slowly turns his head over to Mr. Myers, as, unbeknownst to you all, he has been standing in a nice, comfy corner, glass of reddened, blood-and wine in his hand, watching this whole display. You couldn't have waited for at least to me to have the peanut gallery be removed before you had to walk into my court. Could you, Mr. Myers?
I would find it reprehensible if I were to end up missing out on an Archon's display. I think it's best to end up doing so in order to end up keeping a certain level of decorum. I'm sure you would agree.
Regrettably.
I gesture over as I end up walking to my three associates and a newcomer that they have met.
Just silently dip my head.
I'll look over to Onyx and be like, Onyx, this is Sebastian Myers. He helped us out quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
He extends a hand to you. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Onyx.
Trepidatiously, she'll take your hand.
And he kisses the top of it. He lowers his head. A pleasure. And, of course, our dearest hound. You seem to be looking a little bit better.
I would like to think so.
I think I know so.
Thank you for your gift, by the way.
Think nothing of it. But allow me to first honor ceremony. He turns, and he does the deepest bow you have ever seen. And he's doing this in front of the entire peanut gallery. To Acer.
Immediately, the court becomes into murmurs as some, especially the Gangrel Primogen, looks up to Dragos. Grayson, you can tell from clan to clan that Dragos keeps a very stoic face. Without even having to roll, you can see a little bit of that vitae coming from his hand, where he tries to hide it behind him, and how hard he is gripping a fist.
The title of Primogen is to be honored, regardless on who ends up taking it. You are an advisor and an honored guest wherever you go in this city. Primogen Acer. It would be unceremonious of me to do anything but honor the title in its fullest.
Thank you. And Acer doesn't really know what to do, so he does a bow back. Not one as deep as yours, because he's kind of nervous of what's going on and how this is going to affect him later on. But he does bow back as a sign of respect. Something I'm still getting used to, I guess.
It'll take some time, I imagine. But if you have any doubts, you know how to get into contact with me.
Absolutely.
My door is always open to you.
Thank you. It's much appreciated.
And, of course, the Tremere. He says, you can almost see the venom. And then he just extends a hand, and his smile goes back to warmth.
Mr. Myers, it is no small amount of pleasure to see you. As I shake his hand.
He does so firmly and kindly. He's even gone to the point of blush of light, even though it would serve no purpose in this, simply to extend you warmth.
I do a slight nod as he does so.
Well, I can't say everything went exactly according to plan, but I have to admit, I do enjoy it when the chips fall appropriately.
Definitely a ride, that's for sure.
Honestly, I thought at one point he was going to end up ripping your head off and flinging it to the prince as a form of protest.
Not in my courts, Mr. Myers.
Of course not. I was simply being dramatic. It's something I'm still working on. I'm hoping that the Toreador will approve.
With all due respect, I was probably on the same page, but happy to find out that it didn't.
Well, you'll learn quite a bit over the next few decades. I believe that the Archon should end up having a appropriate valet.
Of course, Mr. Myers. Every need has been met and predetermined.
And with that, is there anything I can help clarify for the evening?
I think, personally, thank you. I think I'm going to take a rest. And he just kind of sits down.
He looks to the rest of you.
Mr. Myers, if I may, as you've given me so many kindnesses, if you are ever in need of a little of my expertise, please never hesitate to contact me.
I'll keep your number on file.
I know what I wouldn't give to look at a few of those. And as I say this, I look down at him. underneath my glasses.
Someday. Certain things many are not ready for, but are thrust upon.
And I, for one, hope that someday is maybe in the next 100 years or so. As Jarvis turns to you, Mr. Myers.
I bow. Of course, my prince.
Don't take my shortness for disrespect. We have our differences, you and I. He extends a hand out to you.
I take it. In a professional courtesy.
He shakes it firmly in return. This is probably the one and only time you'll hear this come from my mouth to you. I appreciate the warning. It gave me just enough time to put things back on track. I just hope that I don't need to hear another one a long time.
We are both servants of the Camarilla. Our lineage is what ends up holding it as the bedrock, its foundation, and so we must remain firm in that.
Lest the beast we are.
It's the beast we become.
And now, I think that concludes the lesson for the next year. Hopefully now it'll just be civil conversations, and of course, my prince, I hope with all due respect, that you and I will not have to meet for at least another 10.
Let's make it 100, and then I'll buy you a drink.
I would never reduce you to such shames.
Of course.
You have a title to live up to, and I am so grateful to know that you are keeping Primogen, who can serve as best example. He may be shifting his eyes behind his sunglasses to a very specific example, but none would know it.
Come. I assure you have plenty of business ahead of you for the night while I walk you out to your car.
Of course. Crescent. Don't doubt yourself. I already see it, budding inside. We can't let go of everything, but some things we have to keep. Not for ourselves, but for others. After all, it's just like the gardener, isn't it?
Good evening to you, Mr. Myers.
Enchanté, mademoiselle.
At this point, Dragus puts a very professional hand on your shoulder, giving you just the slightest bit of pressure.
And he proceeds to go, one hand in his pocket. Crescent, you might end up noticing that he's gripping onto something metal and sharp. You get the impression that this is the norm between these two.
Even Grayson would see that as Dragos begins to lead Mr. Myers towards the back door, you could see a sharpened thumb sitting against the palm of his hand behind his back. An uneasy alliance ready to break at any moment, if one would even call it that. As this night begins to draw along, I have to ask for special guests. Are we to be graced by our Archon once more, or is he currently up to his neck in debauchery?
Well, you see, I spent a lot of time in a goddamn kennel. And right now, I end up getting to end up running wild in a whole new city. I get to end up seeing what kind of mayhem America really is. And because of that, I am not spending the rest of my time having to deal with a bunch of fuckwits. Especially that one. Don't know what's good for him.
So, Archon Simmons. I'm assuming that means you have slipped your Toreador escort, Miss Winters.
It's gonna be a long night for her. And an all too short one for me.
And a long one Annabelle has. Because unfortunately, in this case, probably one of the rare times Keeper of Elysium is now working against her. But for now, as we close towards the end of this scene, I would like to extend a wonderful thank you to MacabreDerek, as always, joining us for our session and absolutely terrifying the shit out of everybody here.
I hope that you all had fun.
Oh, it was
great.
Oh,
I told you I'd get you to flinch.
Oh, you did.
I did.
Very much so.
Yeah, more than flinch. Oh, God.
Well, I will need to make this curt, as it is late for quite a few of us. So, the individuals, such as Onyx, Grayson, Acer, and MacabreDerek, you are free to make your grand exits. But as always, from our coterie to yours, and to our ever graceful and benevolent Malva, thank you so much, as always, providing great story and adding more work for me to do during the week, by the way. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I mean it with love, of course.
he likes it. I know
Of
he
course.
does.
I'm gonna rip his goddamn throat out with my teeth, is what I'm gonna do.
Oh, I made Drogos a step
Alrighty,
block
there we go.
officially for that reason, just in case.
I hope that I have an opportunity to play with you all again sometime in the future.
Always.
Absolutely.
It has been a blessing and a grace to do so. And I hope that you guys will pop in on occasion on Mondays for the workshop.
Always
Yes,
do.
for those who don't know,
Absolutely.
I end up running a Vampire the Masquerade workshop on Mondays at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. Yes, I'm throwing in a cheap plug. And I also run
by all
Edmonton
means,
by
Archon
night.
Simmons. By all means. You've already yanked it
And I
out of
also-
the power of my court, so go for it. I mean that honestly. I do, actually. You're great.
I also end up running Edmonton by Night Blood Sands, which is actually a show that ends, and we typically raid, when possible, into chieftains. So if you're wanting to get a little bit more vampire in your life, and you can't wait for the game to show up, why not end up coming in, join our channel at twitch.tv/MacabreDerek, and you'll be able to end up finding us playing at the events of Edmonton. And, well, lastly, I do also stream 3 nights a week specifically for drawing. Tuesdays and Thursdays are a long drawing stream where I do take commission for character art. I hope to see you there. That being said, I hope that you all have a fantastic evening. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for reaching out to me, Chieftain. And I wish you and your troop a fantastic evening and many, many more chronicles to come.
Thank you so much, as always.
Till next time.
Hey, sir. The world around you has been shattered, to say the least. You find yourself exhausted. You tasted a spark of a kindred. It was right there. You could have filled that line, and to your surprise, still been a gang girl. Your origins, intentions. All these thoughts and all this rush of confusion reaching your mind probably acknowledges primogen. The night has grown way more than you expected. At the very least, you're still alive to experience it. But you find yourself in an interesting situation as you sit at your booth. Onyx and Grayson having departed for now. As Crescent sits on her own. Much of the Succubus Club has gone quiet. You can still hear Archon Simmons somewhere in the distance of the building. You'd rather not know. But Crescent sits there. And there's something that she's been carrying all night that just begins to weigh down on her. And you have this stage like, I'm going to talk to her. But you're interrupted. As Crescent, you could hear the heavy leather footfalls from behind you. You turn to look.
I'm assuming I know who it is. I don't need to look.
The lengthy form of your sire stands next to you. You feel her eyes look down on you. As she sits next to you. Not looking at you. Just looking straight ahead. Her darkened leather attire tight against her as she very unceremoniously rests her elbows on her knees. Oh.
I'm assuming you had a night?
My sweet child, I've had a long 3 nights.
Archon. Interesting.
Don't get me started.
Sorry.
It's not you. I know what happened tonight. Alexa told me. She noticed you were very angry. And rightfully so.
I'm sorry.
I knew you were going to apologize.
Not sure what else I can say to that.
To be fair, there's not much to say. Duncan got the drop on you. He staked it as you see her reach into the side of her vest and she pulls out that small necklace. She holds it in her hand. I bet you were wondering why I didn't give this back with the rest of your effects when you walked away from me again.
Crossed my mind.
I held on to it just in case I wouldn't see you again.
That's silly.
Is it? She looks over to you. Is it silly for us to hold on to those that are actually precious to us?
She doesn't say anything.
The first time you came to me and told me about Duncan, do you remember the way I reacted?
You told me not to get involved.
I did. It wasn't because of a lack of faith with you. I don't hold on to much into this world. My time in the Sabbat, I've seen much death, Crescent, as she now finally looks at you. The facade, the etiquette that you so have accustomed to see from your sire, it's not here. It's absent, like a void. You see grief on her face. You're not the first child that I've ever had. And if I keep living, you'll most likely not be my last.
You know, there's Enzo. Unless there's more.
No. For now, only you and Enzo. Enzo made his choices.
What do you mean he's made his choice? He would never leave us, so I'm confused.
She let her shoulders sink. It's also my fault. Crescent, I'm going to tell you something. And I ask that you do not judge me for this.
Good.
Do you know what the beckoning is?
It's what happened to the previous prince, right?
That's correct.
Am I wrong?
You are, but not at your own fault. The beckoning did not call the previous prince. Dragos enlightened that for me when I became sheriff. Truthfully, no one is 100% sure what happened to the old prince. You see, the city at one point was ravaged by lupines. There was a massive assault some 40, 50 years ago before we came here. And Prince Lauden was never found afterwards when werewolves stormed the ivory tower. If you look closely at Dragos' penthouse, there are still places where you can see claw marks in the plaster that have been covered up, if you look hard enough. You don't know what happened to you, Prince, but that's a story for another day. I hear the beckoning. At this point, she begins to squeeze your necklace in her hands. I hear it whispering to me whenever the moon rises and the sun sets. And it calls me back. It calls me back to the Sabbat. It calls me back to that moment. At this point, you can see a small bit of a reddened tear going to fall down the side of her face as she quickly wipes it away.
But you're not going back, right?
I resist. I don't want to go back. I left the Sabbat for a reason. I have watched too much death, needless death. I've watched so much that there are days where I question that I've lost a piece of who I am. If I even remember what that originally was so long ago. But I did find something that stays it off.
So what is it?
I look for other answers. For now, this is all I know. One night, you've been gone. The beckoning grew worse. I was in panic, and I fell onto all the habits that Sabbat gave me, and so came to check on me. I attacked him. You see, what keeps the Sabbat strong? It's not the blood bonds of the Camarilla, or the righteous rebellion of the Anarchs. Most of the Sabbats use diablerie to their greatest strength. And as far as I've ever felt, it is the only thing that has kept that call away from me. I tried to diablerize it. I tried and I failed.
Someone said he was in the sewers, though.
That's where he went.
Okay, so he's still around then.
Regrettably, in my haste to cover my trail, I tried to forcibly bring him back. As she slowly hands the necklace, she gently takes you by the hand and puts the necklace into your palm, closing your fingers.
Are you gonna attack me?
She shakes her head before shaking violently back and forth, before clutching at the railing at your feet. You can hear the wood crack. I don't want to. Crescent. I can't.
We can find another way. We can do something else. We'll fix this. We'll do something.
She smiles and nods.
I'm sorry that I failed you, but I'll fix this.
Crescent, listen to me. You didn't fail me. She looks at you now with smiling eyes, despite the tears that have begun to fall. Do you know how many children I've lost in my hand?
How many times have you done this?
The tears begin to flow faster and faster. I have found something special in you. A forgotten soul that the world tried to destroy. But yet you are a survivor, just like me.
I didn't survive anything.
Oh, you did. I picked you.
Why? A weak little drug addict? Why?
What's the difference between you as a drug addict in life and a broken whore in mind? 200 years apart. It's still the same thing. You really don't like when people touch you. That's a trait you picked up from me. The same. The moment I was embraced inside, no one was ever going to touch me again. Unless I allowed. Crescent, you are a survivor. That's what the Sombra are. We are survivors. We don't wear the crown, we are the neck. We don't break the storm, we weather it. Crescent, I did not want you to fight Duncan because I doubted your ability. I didn't want you to fight Duncan because there is something else I have planned for you.
If it doesn't end a Diablo, he does it because...
I don't want it to.
Oh, God.
Listen to me very carefully. Know that I do try to find something else to hold my head because I do not, I repeat, I will not go back. I finally tore myself away, and I'm actually a little happy for once in a millennia. As chaotic as the city has been, it's much calmer than what I've seen, horrors that I've watched, and had to be a part of. Crescent, I have found something more valuable to me than my peace. I found a little girl that the world threw away, that turned their back on. That she had everything she could ever need to flourish, and yet those very things turned her back on her. At her lowest point, she had the strength to step into the oblivion with me, to serve me loyally, to see me something more than what I had to become. My strength is not as infinite as you have always respected and saw from me. And I am afraid that one day I will fail. One day I will wake up and my fear of going back will overtake me. I won't go back, but I won't see the sun either. Can't. So if that day comes, I want you strong. I want you to live, because if I come after you, my last childer, I want you to ash me. Better yet, no, listen. As your sire, I want you to understand something. I would rather you consume every ounce of me than for me to take you. There are not many things left in this world that give me reason to live. I never had...
Asking of me, that's... I can't...
I'm not saying you do it today. I'm not saying you need to worry about it. But we both know how the oblivion will call. You saw it with Arya.
You knew.
Of course I knew. My mother always knows.
So you sent me there on purpose to what?
To make you stronger. I want you at your prime. I want to see you rise above what the world gave you. You deserve
How long
better.
did you know? How long did you know?
I knew it several days after you had defied me. And that's when I knew that my hunch was right. And there's a lot more to you than what the world said. You've always compared yourself to Enzo. You've always claimed that he was the more loyal or you're better. when Vamily said he was your elder. You see, you're the first child that I've ever had to try and stand against me. While everyone else was so quick to serve, so loyal to follow my words down to the letter, so eager to please me. You were the first. You were the first. In the moment, you made your own decision. You made your own consequences. And in the end, it made you stronger for it. No matter what morality you used when you decided to finish your business with Arya, you learned a valuable lesson that everything we touch turns to darkness. That's just how it is. That's the cost we pay for being what we are. I love you, Crescent. I would rather watch this city be swallowed in its entirety before I take your spark as well. I have given you my blessings. I have brought you into my bloodline. I have given you what the world tried to take, and you have flourished. A crescent moon on the darkest of nights. I refuse to do the same to you. This will be my final order to you. It's very customary, apparently, in the Camarilla, that a sire must shepherd over their fledglings until the sire deems them fit enough to stand on their own, to not embarrass the courts, and to make sure that they uphold the Camarilla's name in good faith. It's all fucking pageantry, which caught her off guard. She never curses. I have watched you grow. If you're not the same Crescent that tore off the head of that mangy, pathetic waste of meat that abused you, tortured you, and ruined you. You're not even the same Crescent that I watched drain the very spark out of a condemned one of our own. Hell, you're not the same Crescent that left the cathedral, which what feels like forever ago. It was only such a short time.
I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna fix this.
You may have the tenacity to find what generations and generations of kindred could fail at. The new always had that opportunity. They always had the time. But this is my last order to you. Should you fail? Should I fail? Should my darkness take me, and I turn to you? I would rather take Enzo first if I have to, but if I turn to you, your order is to be stronger than me. Your order is you will take my place. Damn anyone else. You fight. You fight with every ounce you have. Give me this Lucy as my daughter. Do not let me carry taking you for the rest of eternity. Don't do that to me.
Fine. I'm going to promise it, only because it's not going to happen. I will be damned before it happens.
And I sure hope to be damned, if need be. I fear this may be the only time where you would disappoint me if I got my hopes up. That is something I've always loved about you, and why I was gravitating you to in the first place. You're like me, so many years ago. Refusing to accept reality for what it is, refusing to see the path ahead of you and understand that is the only way. You'd rather carve your own way through history. Damn the consequences. Damn your mistakes. For successes and defeat don't matter when you've carved your own path. over the mountains of bodies behind you. I never doubted you tonight. You may carry this defeat upon your shoulders the same way that I would. The same way I do with Mr. Simmons. But you still did well. You represented our clan well. You represented me well.
I'm gonna take her hand, and I'm gonna make sure that she's okay with the touch before I move in for a hug. Just really gently, really slowly. So I don't want to make her uncomfortable.
She grips your hand with a eagerness and a forcefulness that causes her to shake. And she pulls you in, hugging you tightly against her.
I'll find a way.
As long as you obey my final command, if that should, I will not lose you. I cannot.
And I can't lose you. If you need me, get in contact, please.
She pulls away from you, looking at you with a smile on her face, but eyes filled with sadness and pain. She just shakes her head. I will call you the first moment I need you. After all, as she wipes some of the blood from her face, you are my child there, and to my pride, you are my scourge. Someday, you will prove your strength, and then you will become its sheriff. And you'll finally earn the freedom you so desperately want. Power is freedom, Crescent. Remember that.
I should probably get back to everybody.
She very regretfully pulls her face away from you, her smile immediately fading. She just nods her head. I have much left to sort out in order. Tomorrow night will be taxing.
Tomorrow night?
You lot took care of the biggest problem. But there are many more challenges ahead. The city is still the same state it was. The Anarchs now have a foothold thanks to this little escapade.
Which isn't gonna last.
Of course not. So we
Thank
must...
you for the necklace.
She looks at you and smiles. I kept that just in case. I hope you'd understand that if something did happen to you, I would actually feel pain for the first time in a long time. So you hold on to that. You keep wearing that necklace. Don't ever regret getting it back. Don't you ever let me take it with me again.
I'll see you soon.
I'll probably see you first. She leans over as she wraps her arm around you and kisses the top of your forehead. As she does, being the way she does whisper, serious. Benza will die before I take you. And I will buy as much time as I can. Before she stands up and begins walking up the front of the Succubus Club.
I'm gonna look over as Acer been there the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
You know he was listening.
I'm walking towards him and I'm just gonna be like, how much of that did you hear?
Storyteller?
Every word.
Oh no.
All of it. I'm a hacker. Information's power to me.
Yeah, I know. You must feel real powerful right now.
Nope.
Sorry, just
Come here.
How are you doing? Hey.
He kind of scoots over, pats the chair. Really quick, let me show you something. Come on.
I'll sit.
Pulls up his shawl and his long sleeve and kind of shows her puncture marks within his arm. Yeah, never really healed. Turns out, if you're gonna mess with a mystical body, it does let you forget it. This one is failure number 36. This one is failure number 23.
How long have you been doing that?
Ever since the first failure, as he kind of just taps right over his heart. As much as I hate to say this, I actually agree with her on one thing. Despite our many, many failures, you and I are still here. You're more so than anyone. Told you, I'm not a fighter. I'm a hacker. If something doesn't exist, I make it exist. And if it already exists, I take control of it. Can't fight my way through things like you can.
We all have our own ways of feeling powerful.
I already told Grayson. Which, by the way, still seems to be very protective of you. Even from me, ironically.
What?
Kind of reaches into his bag and pulls out the Game Boy.
You also have a book.
Oh, God,
Keep the book in there for now.
Okay.
This again?
I'm just gonna say to you what I told him. The Reaper doesn't need my protection. She's strong enough to take care of herself. Crescent has my respect. Haley, she has my protection. I meant what I said as I kind of slowly put the game back in the bag. You were never supposed to be the bait. It was supposed to be me. Because if one of us was going to die, I would make the least ripple in the water.
And yet you've saved us so many times that ripple is pretty impactful.
Well, you did it first. A lot of my so-called feats wouldn't have happened without you guys. That cut that I gave him wouldn't have been impactful without Grayson's blood. That little push I gave Sun into the circle would not have happened if you did not save me from that very scary and very psychopathic little demon that was trying to eat me.
Don't remind me. I think I'd rather face the lupine. It's a joke. I think you're supposed to laugh at that.
Look, I'm not going to give you false hope. So I'll just say this. In my many failures, I've gained a lot of abilities that I shouldn't have as a thin blood.
Yeah, I know. Dawnbreaker.
I like that. Keep that.
Hey, if I get to have 3 names, so do you. Yeah, Acer, Digit, and Dawnbreaker.
I'm gonna keep that.
Yeah.
But, Glitch, I've come to know my blood pretty well and how to manipulate it. If you're willing, I know your bloodline is the same as your sire's. And if you allow me to, I'm not saying I can, but there's a possibility that if I can find traces of what's bugging her in her blood, this whole going back thing, the beckoning, if it resides within that, I could find a way to either suppress it or reverse it entirely. I'm not saying I can.
No, I know, and I get that. I mean, you can't even you've made strides, very great strides, but you can't even make yourself human. To take back something that, I mean, hundreds of thousands of kindred have been dealing with for I don't even know how long, longer than I've even been alive.
True. But
that's kind of a big feat.
But, and he's going to kind of whisper this one, I did make myself immune to the sun. And that's one step closer to curing myself. It's not out of the realm of possibility that if that beckoning resides in the blood, I might be able to help.
I don't have any other leads at this point. Why not?
All right.
If you can help, if you can... I mean, you heard her. The only thing that suppresses it is diablerie, and even then that seems like a temporary fix.
Yeah. I got a little taste of that today.
Sorry about that. But you handled it well. I know that doesn't make you feel any better.
Oh, I was really close to doing it.
Really?
Really close to just, I guess in a way, giving up.
Why would that be giving up? I mean, you'd be stronger. You'd be full kindred. Nobody would be calling you a half-blood anymore. You wouldn't be 1 foot in each side.
But then I would lose what makes me me. And my ambition is still the same.
But according to you, I'm still me. So am I not still Haley? You can't kind of use that logic on me and then not use it on yourself. You're still Acer, kindred or not. Just have a little bit more to you. It's a give and take.
I suppose that's the confliction here. I
mean, I'm not saying that you do it. I'm just saying that it wouldn't have been so bad. But I'm assuming from our previous conversations that that's also why you want to find your sire so bad.
Yeah. Despite everything, I still want to go home.
Why can't you just go home now?
Not like this.
Why? It seems like your family accepts you. What's the problem?
It's always there. Always talking. Always tempting me.
You're talking about that voice in your head that everybody seems to hear?
That beast. Never goes away. Doesn't care. I can't expose my family to him. That's like throwing a fresh piece of meat into a den of hungry wolves and expecting them not to eat it.
So are you just gonna become human one day, go back home, like everything's fine? You know that that's not gonna happen. Like, kindred law and everything of the sort, you can't just go back to being human. You'd be executed. You're signing your own death warrant at that point. There'd be a blood hunt on your head.
I know. Which is why I'm hoping staying a thin blood might change the game a little. I can't completely be on the kindred side, but I can't completely be on the human side either. I think despite everything that's happened, I think that this half-blooded nature of mine may be more of a gift than a curse than I originally thought.
You're finally starting to see it our way?
Don't give me that smile. Don't give me that.
I mean, I'm hearing that you're kind of hearing it, feeling it more our way. Just a little bit?
Half of me is.
Oh, how fitting. So what's the plan? We obviously have things that we want to do, and now that this Duncan business is over with and I'm ignoring the roaring whatever it is that's looming over my shoulder, what do we do now?
First, we need to talk to Medical.
No.
Yeah.
Can we just go back to talking to the Archon? I'd rather talk to the Archon right now.
Come on, let's go.
No, let's
Yep.
just stay here. I'm very comfortable right here. I mean, I think I'm got a nice imprint in this chair, and I'm just gonna stay right here.
If we don't go talk to her, I cannot give you your gift, and I cannot show her what a wonderful job I did protecting you.
What gift? Why are you giving me gifts?
Well, it's a gift for a reason. I can't just tell you.
Is it another gun?
No, that comes standard with, just being around me. You gotta protect yourself.
Okay, because my last two, they're like out of commission. I'm very open to new stuff.
Trust me. I got a surprise for you later on that, but that's not what I need you to do. I need you to come with me. Let's go.
Not if we're talking to Medical. I'm not ready for that.
I am. Rip the Band-Aid while it's fresh. Let's go. Come on.
I'd rather just not touch the Band-Aid. Let's just let this heal.
No,
for an abnormally long time.
Come on. It's going to be very hard to give you your gift if we're not over there, and we have to talk to Medical anyway, so let's go.
Only because I have to go back to the center anyway, and she probably won't be there because it's like 4 a.m. So we're good, right?
And for now, as it is very late, we're going to go ahead and fade out as Acer metaphorically and literally drags Crescent by the wrist. We're going to go ahead and put a close on Season 3 of While Seattle Sleeps. In conclusion, we'll have to relay this to our other individuals who have long faced the night in preparation for the dawn. In this case, literally. Everyone does get, indeed, a point of experience. Everyone gets an additional point of experience for surviving the night with Duncan. Another point of experience for surviving this night with the Archon. So that's 3.
Wait, how many experiences is that?
That's 3 so far.
Okay.
Another point of experience for surviving this Chronicle. That's 4. And then additionally, Acer Zoran. You now have a force 4 dot and cameral influence as you've been publicly recognized by the Archon as a official Primogen, an advisor to the Prince.
Oh, shit.
And then I'm just going to throw this in. Because the thing about this game is that it's not always fair. This game is honestly pretty harsh at times. Sometimes you expect a plan to go one way, and in reality it goes so much different. And it leaves you sometimes feeling ripped apart in more ways than one. It feels visceral and real. Sometimes it's hard to push through. But it tells a story regardless. And so I'm awarding an extra 2 experience points to the group as a whole. So it's a total of 6 experience points. Actually, 7 experience points, I believe. A total of 7. My reasoning is because, simple as this. The rest of this entire chronicle, since the moment we started this little experiment so many months ago last year, we have created an amazing story. Every single one of my players has made me proud by tearing down walls and dealing with some of the hardest emotions I've seen coming out of them, and me having to grow as a storyteller and as a DM for our D&D campaigns at home to be able to just do this better and explore things in a deeper context. So I'm rewarding you for that. I'm all very proud. So as the chapter closes on Season 3, and we start looking into the personal stories of our wonderful coterie mates as we prepare for Season 4 of While Seattle Sleeps. So as always, thank you so much for joining us in this very long stream. If you really enjoy what we do and wish to support us and help us enhance the projects that we have planned, and, enjoy our suffering, please don't forget to subscribe, follow, tell your friends, tell your grandma, tell anyone that's interested in this kind of stuff, and just help this channel grow. It has grown significantly more than I can ever expect from something like this, and I am very happy.
We're actually really thankful.
Don't tell your grandma. We don't need her actually playing the grandma that we cut off 15 times in this series. Don't do Thin Blood Grandma. Oh no.
Okay, no, Thin Blood Grandma thought be more funny.
Mad Scientist Thin Blood Grandma. I like this idea.
She comes in and goes, "Ooh, this experiment, no wonder it failed, Acer."
How hilarious it would be just to look at her and just be like, "Are you the grandma that we cut off like 15 times already?" And the grandma like, "You're the Thin Blood Primogen." Oh god, no.
Don't mind me, young Primogen boy. I'm just making cookies. And she pulls out her Thin Blood Fixiato cookies from the oven.
I have been trying to make blood cookies for years. How did you do that?
I think Acer needs a grandma.
As always, thank you all so much for joining us and continuing with your support. Keep an eye on each other. Lock your doors. Close your windows. Always keep an eye on the horizon, waiting for that sun to come, just to let you know you're a little safer. Until that sunrise happens, hug your loved ones close. God bless you. We'll see you all again next time. I'll see how it sleeps. Good night, everyone.
Night.